Hello and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series for our second session of the day. Earlier it was Group C that had our attention, and Cam Crabtree leads the way at the top of the league standings at the halfway stage. Tonight though, our attention turns to the start of Group B, so let's take a look at the players involved. Well, the rumours are true. Jenkins is back. He won 4 of his 5 matches yesterday to book his spot in Group B. He rode his luck at times, but will be full of confidence tonight. Pete Burgoyne was a late replacement for the injured Nathan Girvan this week. He'll be hoping to put down a marker with more finishes like this one. Fallon Sherrock returns to the Super Series in great form, having picked up her first Women's Series title of the year in Hildesheim a fortnight ago. She's ramping up her preparation for the defence of her match play title later this month. Davies missed out on qualifying on legs difference the first time he was here, and that was the story for him in Group A yesterday. Can he put that disappointment behind him tonight? Wenig has already made a Challenge Tour final this year, losing out to our first player through to finals night, Chris Landman. Will he have the opportunity to exact revenge by qualifying for finals night? Yeah, it really does promise to be a high-quality group, this one, doesn't it? Paul Nicholson alongside me. Who are you most looking forward to seeing in action?
I'm looking forward to seeing Lucas play. I think the fact that he's got a weekly title under this roof really does give us an indication of what is possible with him. But I think Fallon Sherrock, obviously, because in the immediate future after this, she's got some important days coming up with the defence of her World Match Play title in Blackpool. I'm really interested to see what kind of form she brings here, because in the past, she has played well here and she's done some great stuff in patches. But I do get the feeling that maybe she's brewing under the surface about doing something quite wonderful. What that is, I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, I spoke to her a little while ago, and she really is playing with freedom again now, which is fantastic to see. But also, she's really relishing the challenge of other women on the Women's Series, really up in their level, and that's helping her out.
Do you know what? I think there's pressure when yourself and Lisa are expected to occupy the 2 spots at the top going into a World Match Play, or indeed into a World Championship. But when you've got other people starting to kick on now, the likes of Bo Greaves and some of the other ladies, and you've got young players like Robin Byrne coming through, I think they're going to have a really good effect on the other ladies as well. And I think it's a very different type of pressure that maybe she's playing with. And I think she's okay with it.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's just reflect briefly then on what we saw this afternoon and have a look at the Group C table. It is, as we mentioned, Crabtree who sits at the top of it. We expect a higher level overall from him tomorrow, though, don't we?
Yeah, I think so. If you look at some of the players from earlier in the week, their worst day was on Monday, but someone like Davies, for instance, just finding his feet on Monday, and then as the week went on, averages started to come, bigger performances, bigger finishes came, and more 180s as well. But that's a really good start for Cam, great start for Yella, even though he didn't play anywhere near his best. But the fact that he was still able to come away with 8 points, that's very much respect from me.
Yeah, we mentioned this afternoon that Yella is still searching for form. Do you think that was reflected in the way he often struggled to get over the line in matches?
Yeah, I think so, definitely early. But when it came to later on, he was still shaking his head. However, he went 4 from 4, hitting a double-double at the end, a somewhat accidental one. And then in his final game, he was 4 from 5. His final 2 games, doubles-wise, were unbelievable. And I think that's what he should take into tomorrow, knowing that it's there. He just needs to do it more consistently.
Yeah, let's turn our attentions back to Group B then and have a look at the betting odds for this evening's play. The outright betting, and it is Lucas Wenig, who's the 6-4 favourite. Fallon Sherrock not far behind him at 5-2. Would you agree with that?
I think that's spot on. If I had have written that page, it would have been in that order. Maybe not with the same odds, because I'm not as savvy on the odds as some other people. But as far as that order is concerned, I think that is pretty much nailed.
And Davies, what do you think his mindset will be coming into this evening's action? Because for the second time, he's missed out on qualifying for finals night on legs difference.
It's just one of those things about the format, isn't it? It's a really tough way to get through sometimes. Just ask some of the people who have got there by the smallest of margins, and there are other people who have to miss out. But I think he can look at today's schedule and tomorrow's, of course, and maybe see that other people are under more pressure than he is. And if he can find a little bit of comfort like he's shown the last couple of days, and maybe get a few fortunate shots like that 80 that's going to become famous in Wales now, I just get the feeling that maybe he's the one who could spoil the party at the top.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's have a look then at the bet for this evening. This is one of the bet builders that we've put together for you, and it returns almost 7-1. Talk us through these selections.
Well, Pete Burgoyne's coming in at the last minute as a replacement for Nathan Girvin. We've gone for Davies to win this one at 5-6. So just the match winner on that one. Highest checkout for Sherrock against Burgoyne. That's because of the last time Fallon was here. She put in a whole heap of big finishes, and it's part of her game. At 8-13, that's pretty solid. And as for Jenkins and Wenig, Jenkins to win that one with 13-8 is a bit of a punt, I would say, but 6.77-1, well, sometimes you've just got to go with your gut.
Yeah, Fallon Sherrock is up first against Andy Jenkins. They've met twice on the Challenge Tour. They've also met at Q School. Jenkins has come out on top in all 3 of those, but you do feel, don't you, this could be a very good chance for Fallon Sherrock to register a victory?
It could be, but I've got to give Andy a lot of credit. He was first in the door tonight, making sure that he wanted to be fully prepared for this first game. And predominantly what you do get from Andy is a very good performance in the first game. He knows how to peak for a certain time.
Right then, let's get the action underway, shall we? First up this evening, it is Fallon Sherrock taking on Andy Jenkins.
Thanks, Abby. Yes, it's an interesting game to open up, and I was looking at the stats there, and Davies at 5-1 for the group. I thought was an outside bet was a good bet, because we saw him be a little unfortunate to not actually qualify from quite a strong Group A. If we have Fallon Sherrock, she seems to have been around for a long time for her 29 years of age. First met her as a youth player and actually played my daughter at the World Masters. And
first leg, it's Fallon to throw first.
Andy Jenkins, well,
game on.
He has been around a long time. Charlie Courtefine, our referee for the evening's play. It's Fallon that gets us underway.
83. $55.
And as Nico said, Andy Jenkins has been
100.
Here for the longest of all the players to get himself prepared for this first game tonight.
140.
What's your thoughts on preparation time, Scott? Because starting tonight at 10 o'clock
180.
and playing Fallon first, because she is the person with the biggest target on her back tonight, probably. What do you think about the 3-hour lead-up time that Andy had? Do you think that was a case of saying to the rest of the field, I'm going to get here first because I am going to take this really seriously? Hang on a minute.
114. Andy required 167.
Did the Keith there, did our Fallon. 138.
I think it's fair to say that Fallon is in pretty good touch,
Fallon, you required 24.
Considering the start she's got. Yeah, she's in pretty good touch, all right. That's a 14-dart start. And the fact that she has the darts in this match means that Andy has to break her at some point. It's not going to be easy.
No, it isn't.
60.
Particularly in that form, a 14-dart opener with throw means that Andy at a minimum needed to do a 12.
60.
When you've got the amount of experience that Andy's got, he'll have seen an awful lot of different talents over the years.
140.
But I think he would be wanting to survey what he's done this week. It's been a case of ups and downs this week for him.
100.
Hasn't played his best stuff, but ultimately finishing in the top 3 in Group A when he was given the call-up at the last minute.
85.
That's not a bad plan B. Averaged just a shade under 81 for the week and 33% on the doubles, which isn't too bad. And his best average of the
60.
week came in the very first game of Group A. He'll be hoping that he can put in a statement in the first game of Group B as well.
96.
Yeah, absolutely. He had the misfortune of snapping a point as well this week and swapped to a brand new set of darts, which I see he's still using now.
134.
He's never been
and
a player
require
to change his
120.
equipment too much. That looks pretty good.
100. Fallon, you require 147.
Maybe getting here a little bit earlier tonight is more to do with the fact that he's trying to get a bit more feel with the newer set.
Yeah,
100.
indeed. We were talking
required
about
20.
preparation, and that's my type of time. About 3 hours before I like to be at a venue. Some people it's 4, but for me it's about 3. And I've got a few routines that
Game shot on the
I go
second
through
lay. Andy Jenkins.
on doubles. Jenks has just hit that double 10, an 18 darter to
Third leg, it's
level it
Fallon
up.
to throw first.
And I've got
Game on.
I've got a few routines that I go through, and then I sit down, and then I'll rest for a little bit, and then take stock of what's going on, and then
56.
jump back in again and have another throw and do another routine, and then I'll go back and sit down again, and then I've got like the last thing I
84.
do is a little scoring routine, and then that sort of gives me the idea of. By then, I've been throwing for an hour and a bit, hour or so, in that 3-hour period.
96.
I've not over practiced and practiced myself out, but I've also not under practiced, and I've hit most of the things on the board, so that as I approach the board in the match situation,
140.
I know that I've already hit that piece or segment already this evening, and that gives you confidence.
Absolutely. Just because we say that someone has turned up 3 hours before
60.
to the hockey, it doesn't mean they're throwing for 3 hours straight. I remember back in 2012 when Rory McIlroy's alarm didn't go off when he was
85.
at the Ryder Cup at Medina in Illinois. And he turned up just before his tee time, and he barely had time to swing a club before he hit his first tee shot.
180.
Dart players, a very small amount of dart players could turn up and play world-class stuff without practice. But there are others who need time. They need structure.
65.
And they don't
Fallon,
want to be
you require
rushed.
109.
And that is exactly it. It's about the structure before you play and making yourself ready mentally.
93.
This would be
Andy, you require 127.
the break that he craves. It's not going to happen at this visit. And so far, this game's been played at a very high
75.
level.
Fallon, you require 16. Game
She
shot on
looks
the third
very
leg.
sharp.
Fallon,
When
Sherrock.
those darts are going in the board, they're going in with purpose.
Fourth leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
And when she's in this kind of focus, anybody has problems. I don't even need to tell you about her back catalogue of matches and the people she's slaying in her career.
140.
No, absolutely. I'm one of the victims on that back catalogue.
Me too. Me too.
I got mine handed to me. I would
125.
quite honestly say, I think that was at Q School a couple of years ago, but I did eventually get my card on the last day, so I still look back at it with a smile.
Yeah, I played her at Q School once and I couldn't believe the audience
55.
behind us. It was shortly after that historic time at Alexandra Palace in 2019. Next thing you know, you're playing a best-of-9 match. You look behind you and there's
96.
hundreds of people watching you and you think, this is Q School.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been there, seen it, and then you add a few cameras and we think, oh, Fallon, she gets all this media attention. It is so hard. It's hard for us as a
60.
player to just think how doubly hard it is for her to have to deal with it day in, day out. And that's the side of things that people forget.
58.
She hasn't asked for all this attention. It's been created because of how well she plays.
I think a lot of the ladies right now who are shouldering
60.
additional pressure because of the upturn in attention on women's sport. I think they all deserve credit. And when you are a figurehead for your sport going forward.
134.
It is pressure because you're expected to do superhuman things all the time.
But if you look 5 or 6 years ago, that focus probably wasn't on darts until
40.
Fallon became
Fallon, you
and
require
Lisa getting a tour
88.
card. It didn't become in darts, but we should have seen it coming because it was in rowing
Yep.
and things like that and cycling.
2 14s. And
Game
that is a
shot on the
lovely
fourth
collision.
leg. Fallon Sherrock.
Meaning that Fallon has a 2-leg cushion now, and Andy is very close to losing his first game of this
Fifth
group.
leg, it's Fallon to throw first. Game on.
97.85, the average for Sherrock after 4 legs, with a couple of maxes. With all due respect to
97.
the people that we saw in Group C today, nobody was playing this consistently.
No, they weren't. No, they weren't. And these were
85.
the averages that we were saying that your standout winner was going to be needing to have. And I would agree that this is the sort of average you're going to need to top this Group B as
80.
well.
My lasting memory of 12 months ago when she lifted that Women's World Match play against Eileen de Graaf in the final is her reaction to how heavy the
85.
trophy was. And she had to carry that thing for photographs. And every time you look at a photograph of Fallon holding that trophy, just remember how much strength it took for her slight frame to hold that trophy and to
43.
smile for minutes on end. When she walked through the curtain at the back, she said, "Someone please take it off me, it's so heavy."
Wow. Just wow. Yeah, again, it's a
85.
side of it that you don't think of, is it?
$59.
Jenkins could get back in this match, but he's going to need to be really accurate on that 60 from here on out.
85.
Just about gets to a finish. Got to switch to the 18s.
58.
And
And you
Jenkins is in
require
control here.
161.
He's nicked the darts away. She knows a thing or two about big finishes
Fallon,
for
you require
matches.
164.
Just ask another German, Gabriel Clemens. We do have a German in this group in Lucas Wenig.
60. And you require 56.
Double top to stay in the match. That one gets a wide.
16.
And that one doesn't score.
Fallon, you require 104.
Can't get past that blocker. It was always going to be quite difficult to get past that. Maybe another route
96.
could have been
And you
used.
require
Should have gone the
40.
Johnny Clayton route of double 18 bull.
Game shot on the
Jenkins
fifth
does
leg.
survive.
Andy Jenkins.
It's a 21 darter, and it is a break of throw. So the chance for Sherrock to get her first 2 points tonight, they've gone in
Sixth
that
leg.
leg.
It's Andy to throw first. Game on.
Andy's highest out this week, 145. His biggest average, 96.67. Had he played at that level in this game,
100.
he probably isn't 3-2 down. I'm going to see if my time machine works, by the way, Scott, because we're going to go all the way
140.
back to the very first week of 2021. When we went to the Southampton studio and we all said, wow, isn't this incredible?
140.
We're still in COVID restrictions, but we were allowed to play with social distancing and all of our different protocols. That week, we had this magical average of
43.
118.66 from Jason Askew. That record still stands. That week, Andy Jenkins
100.
played Fallon Sherrock, and he did something that week that's only been done twice since. Andy did it against Sherrock, and Jim McEwen did it.
56.
Here.
And you require 161.
He got 350 points in 6 darts.
Ah. I wondered where we were going with that.
130.
I've got to be honest with you, and I was racking my brains.
Everybody knows I love a 350 and 6. It's one of my favourite things.
92. Andy, you require
Everybody knows
31.
you love a 4-3 as well. And look at this one.
That's a 2. It's not often you see a dart player on 29 points.
Generally, something has gone wrong if a dart player is on 29 points, as we've just seen with
15.
Andy's first dart.
Fallon, you require 170.
Not this time.
No, we've seen it before, though, haven't we?
60. Andy, you require
last time
16.
She did that. It was in the Grand Slam. Does this dart take us to leg 7? Oh,
No
it
score.
doesn't. That's a wicked deflection.
Fallon, you require 110.
Somewhat cruel.
Some would say very unkind. Fallon's gone 110 route. The new way, we'll call
78.
it. The new modern
Andy,
way.
you require
The southern
16.
route. How's Andy doing this time? Not the kindest angle.
No score.
And a chance for Sherrock to get the points.
Fallon, you require
After getting that
32.
break of throw, he's not been able to put her away.
And this is Fallon Sherrock's strong point. A doubling.
16.
Not on this occasion.
Andy, you require 16.
She has slowed down after a very good start, average-wise and double-wise. And we're
Game
going the
shot on the
distance for the
sick
very
though.
first
Andy
time on
Jenkins.
Thursday, because in all of our 15 matches in Group C today, not one game went the
Seventh
distance.
final leg. It's Fallon to throw
This
first.
group is different,
Game
though.
on.
Yeah, it is. It's a very different group. Fallon's in there again with the darts.
180.
And that's her third of the match already.
Never fails to amaze me
59.
the way that she can just eat pressure. It's like she puts it in her protein shakes.
$58.
She has an ability to stay calm under pressure that most elite players in any sport would love to have.
100.
Great ton from Andy. That was a bulldozing third dart. You know, when some people
93.
do really big things in their sport as well, they may get enticed away from using the equipment that they used at the time of doing said
140.
historic stuff.
Fallon, you require 170.
Sherrock is still using the same darts. Still doing the same stuff. Still doing big things like this.
145.
Tight was that. Although Jenkins breathes a sigh of relief, he shouldn't be, because Sherrock will be coming back for 25.
87.
And her expression has
Fallon,
not
you
changed
require
this time.
25.
She has a job to do. Is the job done?
9.
It isn't. Andy did a really good thing with his
Andy,
last
require
dart.
115.
He was going to the bullseye to try and create a two-darter. He missed it. Can he snatch victory from the jaws of defeat?
95.
He's that close to getting his first 2 points.
Fallon, you require
I've lost
60.
count of how many darts we've had at double for winning this match.
It was a well-thrown dart, as is that one of Fallon's. She goes left and trying to go
No
over the
score.
top of that one.
If we're going to be in for this kind
Andy,
of
you
drama for
require
the rest
20.
of the night, we're all going to need to lie down at about 1:30 in the morning. Does Jenkins win? Double 5. There's tension on the stage.
10.
And Fallon can still win it.
Fallon, you require 16.
She was
Game,
shaking her head
shots, and the match.
before that Andy
Fallon
Jenkins visit,
Sherrock.
but now she takes the points. It was a bit of a slugfest. And on this occasion, Rocky does not knock out Sherrock. 85.19 the average, 23% on the doubles, but They were much bigger a little bit earlier on. A great first contest here in Group B. And we can't wait for the game that's coming next. Pete Burgoyne up against David Davies.
Well, what tension and drama in our opening game of the night. Fallon, Sherrock getting the better of Andy Jenkins in a decider. Pete Burgoyne and David Davies are next to go head-to-head. Burgoyne a late replacement for Nathan Girvan, of course. As for David Davies, he looked very impressive in Group A, didn't he? Scored really well on Tuesday and Wednesday. Can he make it through to finals night for the first time? To guide you through match 2, let's get back to Scott and Paul.
Thank you very much. Here is Feast, 29-year-old from Derby. Do not go head-to-head with him in a Chris beating contest. Well, this guy is using a Mark Webster dart, and he's from Denby. Obviously knows Mark.
First leg, it's Pete to throw first.
Everybody
Game
knows
on.
everybody in Denby.
Yeah, absolutely. He plays darts, county darts for Clwyd, as Davies, and yeah, he is a friend of Webby.
180.
Feast on that.
Feast on that, indeed.
I was having a little look at what David was using a bit earlier, and they look like Ryan
92.
Joyce flights to me because they've got the game of Tetris on them.
Yeah, but it's been racking my brain all week. And then when you came in and said, I said, yeah, it
42.
does look like a Ryan Joyce flight.
And that is one corker of a dart shirt. I'm not going to lie. I'm a big fan of a good dart shirt, and that is one of the best I've seen in
95.
quite a while. I think that at the minute, pound for pound, the best dart shirt out there is Ross Smith. I think it's really sharp. But that one from David Davies,
140.
that has got my attention. I think that's a great dart shirt.
Well, thank you very much, mate. Thank you very much. I love you. I put so much effort into mine, but we all do. We all
100.
do.
I was talking about your dart shirt when you were here a couple of weeks ago.
Peter
And I said,
required
of
139.
anybody who has got stars on their shirt, yours is the most creative because you've got it on the dog collar, and I think it's genius.
Yeah, that was down to my shirt sponsor, to be fair to her.
99.
Designs by Saz. She came up with that idea, and I love it. I do absolutely love it. The only downside is it's on my back, and I'm showing it to every opponent, and I feel that they play better because they're going, oh, yeah, got a star in your shirt, have you? Behind me back.
98.
So, I don't know.
Peter
I might be
required
wrong, but
40.
yeah.
The very individual setup that Pete has with his darts.
20.
Long points. Somewhat
David, you
long barrel. He's
require
got those Martin
112.
Adams style flights in because he uses those big white moulded things, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does, yeah.
318s needed for a shot at tops for the first leg.
56. Peter required 20.
2 10s. And Pete
Game
takes an
shot on
early
the
lead.
first leg. Pete Burgoyne.
Very grateful for him to step in for Nathan Girvin, who was unable to play. Not a bad replacement.
Second leg, it's David to throw first.
If you do want to
Game
know
on.
why he is called Feast, it does have something to do with eating lots of packets of crisps. I don't have the exact number as to how many he did have,
60.
but it was a lot. And there you see those flights. They're a very unusual shape. What are your thoughts on
96.
spinners? Because I was never really a fan of them. But I think they're becoming more popular. Because when a dart hits a spinning flight, it takes away some of the deflection.
45.
Do you think the same?
Yeah, my personal preference is I wouldn't want it spinning while it's flying through the air. So it would depend how tight
60.
the spinner is, and it's quite clearly does help avoid deflections with these harder plastic flights. I can see that there is an advantage to having it spinning. And there are a few other players out there, like, Ross Montgomery, I think he
123.
uses spinners as well, but it's an advantage for sure. I wouldn't want them spinning too much if it was mine.
180.
I was just never a fan of seeing them spin in the board, but after I studied the physics behind them, I can see why people want to use them now, because you do get some wicked deflections with molded technology.
140.
But I think the whole idea, the old school idea, is if your flight's spinning round, that it actually rattles and you can feel it rattling in your hand. And with this technology,
45.
as you say, that is not the
David
case.
to require 133.
The shot is still on. Ah, the old treble 11 routine. You don't see that very often these
101.
days.
Pete, you require 120.
Oh, what a lovely second dart for a shot at tops.
80.
He's going to cause people problems over the course of tonight.
David,
is
you
Pete.
require 32.
Oh, this is where Davies has been good all week.
Game shot on the second leg.
He
David
might not
Davis.
have posted big averages all week, but he has been very good on the outer ring when he had 3 darts in his
Third leg,
hand.
it's
It was
Pete to
rare
throw
that he
first. Game on.
left the board without leaving with the leg.
Just to prove that point,
134.
equally the highest average of the week of 100.2. And looking at his double statistics coming into this group, For 3 days,
180.
11 180s and 37% on doubles for the week.
59.
If you were to do that on the PDC circuit for 6 months, you would probably be in the top 20, if not the top 15. That's a very handy level to get.
96.
He's now hit 50 doubles this week, and it's a fair barometer of just how good he has been on the outer ring.
Yeah, anything 1 in 3, 33% and above, I believe is a very good stat on doubles. Yes, in individual games you can see people have 50%, 60%, but as an overall percentage over those 15 games, to have over
80.
33%, I think is a stat to be proud of.
Well, just think about the finals night that you were involved in 2 weeks ago. I remember collating everybody's doubles for the week.
90.
Everybody
Davies require
that week
145.
was 34% or better coming into that Saturday night. Just proving your point.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that surprised me.
105. Pete, you require 160.
This is the big cousin of the 120.
90.
Doesn't have a fancy nickname like a big
Davies,
fish
you
or
require
anything.
40.
For a break of throw. It's double 10. Doesn't have to move.
30.
Yeah, we have to come up for a
Pete
name for that
requires
160.
70.
Big Fish's cousin or something like that.
216s for Pete.
Game
There you
shot on the
go.
third lay.
I am so
Burgoyne.
tempted to say to the top brass at certain darts tournaments like this that when shots go in, we need sound effects.
Fourth leg, it's David to throw
I'd
first.
love to hear them.
Game
a
on.
bit like when Pete Burgoyne hits a shot. Just say his surname because it sounds like a sound effect. I know that Matthew Edgar loves this. If he hits a bullseye, it should be Burgoyne. Just like that.
140.
I do get where you're coming from.
Have you played any soft tip darts over in Asia?
83.
No, never. No, never. It's not one of the games that I struggle enough with the R-tip side of things and counting, let alone having to work out what I'm doing over there.
Well, I remember David's good friend Mark Webster going over there and playing some soft tip darts
140.
against a guy called Benjamin Dersh, high-level American soft tip player. And Mark hit a treble 20, treble 19, and a treble 18.
60.
That's what's known as a white horse. And when you hit that, the machine actually starts to sound like a horse. And it got me thinking that if we were to have, say, a big fish check out, then maybe we could put a sound effect out
105.
there. But then again, any sport is a bit more like a video game when you play in Japan or Hong Kong or Malaysia.
100. David, you
Yeah, very
require
much so.
116.
So on my bucket list, I would love to go out there and have a go at soft tip and have somebody help me.
Game shot on the fourth leg. David
How
Davis.
good was that? Really good and clean. That deserved a fist bump. I will give you one little pointer, Scott. If you
Fifth
ever
leg, it's
want to go
Pete
and
to
play a
throw
soft tip
first.
in Asia, there is one guy in the United Kingdom who can teach you everything about it and can teach you how to play cricket
58.
to the elite level, and that's Adrian Gray. He taught me, and he readied me for a soft tip World Cup 6 years ago, and my team was
85.
Adrian Gray, myself, Fallon, Sherrock, and Andy Jenkins. So
Well-
3 of that team are here tonight.
I think I remember that. My own
39.
little stat about Adrian Gray is I met him as a 16 or 17-year-old and I played him in the County Bs when he was playing at Sussex. Similar way to how I met you, Nico. But unfortunately, Adrian
100.
wiped the floor with me and I went off and bought him a Budweiser to say, here's a drink, mate. And of course, he couldn't drink it. He was too young.
140.
So I had to drink it, and I still never bought him that drink, and that was that. Yeah, but he's not 17 anymore, is he?
No, he's not. But if you are watching, Adrian, I hope you're well. And that was a wonderful trip to Hong Kong back in 2017.
60.
Learned an awful lot. And what a bunch of teams were there. We saw Leonard Gates there for the United States playing with Scott Kirchner. And we saw Paul Lim and Harith Lim there. Boris
60.
Kruchmer was there. Wonderful event. David is doing himself a great deal of good here this week. He's been playing at a super level.
100.
My first look at him close up, and he already looks like one of those players who is hard to beat.
60. David to require 156.
Yeah, I agree. He is.
It was somewhat unfortunate not to win the group over the last few days, but nothing unfortunate about this.
120. Pete, you require
Until dot
144. $58.
Big chance of a break of throw
David to
here for
require
David
36.
Davies.
That's not a good dart. Let's see how good he can recover. He's gone for the split.
Game
Backed
shot on the
himself and
fifth
did a
leg.
brilliant
David
thing.
Davis.
Courage of conviction right there. And I admire that so much.
Absolutely, and it's something that he must do an awful lot and
Six
hit an
days.
awful
David to
lot.
throw
Because
first. Game on.
if you don't practice that, and if you don't put that as a mindset, you don't hit that shot. You don't just decide after years of going across to the 99 that you can
60.
start doing 288. You don't just decide that because it doesn't happen. You won't hit it. It's something you have to practice at home, whether you're
85.
playing against a generic game against your own tablet or computer or whatever. It's something that you have to do. And, you know, there are times and places to do it. You know, if you're 3-all and
137.
you start doing that and missing, then your friends are going to tell you, hang on a minute, you've got to have a bit of conviction here. If you can't really have a double that you don't like in darts, because eventually
40.
you will keep ending up landing on that double. It's just fate.
Absolutely. Just looking at the patterns that David had in Group A. He won his first 4 matches
100.
on Monday. And that was a day where he didn't average anywhere near as much as he did on Tuesday and Wednesday, or in fact in this game. He won his first 3 games
54.
on Tuesday. And even though he lost his first game on Wednesday, he went on to win the next 3. That's strong.
It is, and he was living a charmed life on Monday. We commentate.
60.
We spoke about it in commentary, Mace and I, that he was doing just enough. He was watching what his player was doing and doing just enough.
Just to prove your point once again, Scott, he had 50 darts
David
at a double
require
on Monday,
144.
and he would have less than that the next 2 days. In fact, drastically less on Tuesday by 15 darts.
60.
Isn't it strange sometimes how a performance will come around and prove exactly what you've done week long?
96.
I said he was
David
37% on
require
doubles for the week.
84.
He's 37% in this game.
And let's not forget he can do those averages because his highest average of the week is 100.2.
Game, shots,
And he is
the
a winner
match.
by 4
David
legs to 2.
Davis.
A wonderful checkout, and he's not on 37% anymore. He's on something better than that. And his average, 94.84. I'll tell you what, he's showing a very good level of ability throughout the week. And taking out a ton plus finish with good doubles and a good average, he's going to be hard to stop in this group. And he gets off to the ideal start once again. We've got one more player for you to have their first game. It's Lucas Wenig of Germany. He's up against Fallon Sherrock after the break.
Right then, time for our first look this week at Lucas Wenig, of course, a runner-up on the Challenge Tour this year, and he was the winner of Week 9 in Series 3 here at the Super Series. How will he fare in Week 9 of Series 4? Well, his first opponent already has 2 points on the board, having come through a wonderfully dramatic encounter with Jenkins a little while ago. To see which way the points go in this one, let's return to our commentary team.
Thank you very much, Abby. This will be the second game of the night for Fallon Sherrock. She's had a little bit of time to recover after that dramatic first game. But this is Lucas Wenig, who has won a title here in a weekly fashion before. He was unable to appear in the Champions Week after getting that weekly title. But he will now take on Fallon Sherrock to try and get his way to the top of the mountain in Week 9 at the expense of others. And like Abby mentioned, he was a runner-up in a Challenge Tour event earlier this year. In fact, the very first one of the year. And he lost out to a certain Chris Landman.
45.
I see that Lucas there lives in Munchausen. Sounds like somewhere where Pete Burgoyne should be living.
100.
Mr. Feast.
That is a wonderful segue, Scott. I've got to tip my hat to you. That's brilliant. It's a bit like that German dart player, Kevin Munch. We used to call him Monster. One of those towns that's got its own syndrome. Munchausen syndrome,
21.
I don't think Milton Keynes is a syndrome. It's just the land of roundabouts. That's where Fallon Sherrock is from.
140.
He's a very dangerous player, as Lucas Wenig. And if you consider that runners-up spot in the first Challenge Tour of the year, in his final 6 games, he took on people who have had success here at the MODUS Super Series. Andy Jenkins, Chaz Barstow, Ron Meulenkamp, Conan Whitehead, the very first series champion here in Portsmouth, and Sebastian Steyer of Poland. That is a pretty nifty run of players to get to a final.
140.
Yeah, indeed it is. And I think the possibilities of making another final the next day, actually, but I think he ran into a good Scott Mitchell that day.
Yeah, he did. That was my next point.
57.
He beat Alex Spellman and Michael Barnard and Rob Collins, but he ran into you. And you played very well in that game.
60.
Almost a
Lucas
97 average.
147.
Nice, good for me. Yeah, I think, like I say, that was the day I played James Hurrell in the semi-final. He hit a 9-darter against me, I believe.
Nice recovery there from the man that everybody calls Lou.
Fallon, you require 124.
He's got his own chant on the European Tour. Oh, it's a missed single.
84.
Was it greedy going for the
Lucas,
treble,
you require
or was it just an under-pitched dart? Lou needs Desmond.
Game shot on the first leg.
That's what he gets for the
Lucas
first leg.
Wenig.
If his middle name begins with a B,
Second leg.
his initials would be LBW.
Game on.
And the cricket is obviously a very big topic at the moment. First day of the third test was today.
Do you know that cricket is actually growing in popularity in Germany?
Is it?
It really is. I was listening to a very famous sports network on the radio
95.
over the last few months, and they were talking about how cricket clubs are starting to really flourish in Germany.
58.
Never thought cricket would take off in Germany, but apparently it's starting to do so. I think if Lucas was to take up any sport, he'd be good at it.
99.
He's got forearms like Popeye.
He does come across as one of those, doesn't he? I always look at him and think that he's the German version of Aaron Monk.
My first
59.
look at Lucas a few years ago was, I thought he looked like the German Gerwin Price, just because of the size of his biceps. But over the last couple of years, his darts really have started to
96.
tighten up a little bit. He goes to European Tour events. He goes to German Super League type competition.
41.
And he is a threat. I'll never forget a game he had with Chris Dobie a year ago. And they were taking up big finishes like they were throwing hedgehogs at the dartboard.
41.
They both had a 160-plus finish in the match.
And again, he's another one of those players who's coming through that is a genuinely nice guy off the board as well. We walked in with him
93.
this evening
Lucas
as he was walking up the road. We just caught up
170.
with him, and you know, he's first to say hello and how are you, and he's just a genuinely nice person.
90.
It's quite an
Fallon, you
unusual
require
darts grip that he has,
170.
but it's very effective.
134.
This would
Lucas, you
hurt
require
if Wenig
80.
can take out this 80. It would be for 2-0, but it would be a break of throw as well. 2 5s to stop Sherrock from getting a look at her favourite double.
Game shown the
That's a
second leg.
wonderful hit on double
Lucas
5
Wenig.
to double his lead. He was the favourite with the bookies before a dart was thrown tonight. He's starting to prove
Third leg,
why.
it's Lucas to throw
Just
first.
remember,
Game
over
on.
18s only. BeGambleAware.org for more information, and please gamble responsibly.
$140.
What I like about him is that his pace doesn't change. He puts his foot to the oche and nobody's going to speed him up. I don't think anybody's ever going to slow him down. He does his own thing. And, you know, to hell with the rest of you, I'm going to take my time. Not that he's a slow player, but it's just very Dennis
55.
Harbour-like who won't be rushed. And this is my time. This is what I do. I'm up here for 10 minutes or whatever, and I'm not going to let time pass me by or the game here.
58.
If indeed this is a word, he would be unruffleable. It's probably not a word.
It must be on some hair product somewhere.
123.
I'll have to get on to Kirk Bevins. He seems to know every word in the English language. Just not clicking in the same sort of way
43.
in this game as she did in the first couple of legs against Andy Jenkins. Just how crucial is it going to be that she did walk away with the points in that game?
85.
But one thing you can't afford to do with Sherrock is write her off quickly, because when she played in a Group B scenario in the previous series, she was in the same group as John Henderson.
45. Lucas,
She had to win
98.
her final 4 games, and she did.
She is one of those that is calculated
58.
like that and will back herself to any corner that she gets put into to come out swinging, doesn't she?
Yeah, she's a bit like Katie Taylor in that regard.
59.
Put her in the
Lucas,
corner,
requires
next thing you
40.
know, bang on the chin, and you're the one in the corner.
Game shown the third
But Wenig
leg.
is the one
Lucas Wenig.
pushing people towards the corner at the minute, because he's the one that's 3-0 up. 7.5 minutes
Fourth leg,
for
it's
this
Fallon to
lead.
throw first. Game on.
And he doesn't look ruffled.
I played in this very position in Group B a few weeks ago, and it is quite hard
95.
to be the third player or the fifth player and play third game cold. And Lucas Wenig here is doing an admirable job, arguably,
41.
against the top player in the group who has already had a game.
Is it a question of
97.
Sherrock is just the tiniest bit shaken by the ending of that first game? Would she be playing better in this game had she got rid of Andy Jenkins a bit quicker?
100.
Possibly, but I don't think Fallon thinks like that. I think once one game has gone out the way, she kind of concentrates on the next one. She keeps
101.
the game kind of fairly simple, as all the very top players do.
$85.
One thing I do know about Fallon is that she knows she can win 4 straight legs against anyone. This game is very much still
41.
in her grasp if she can take leg 4. $105+ here would get Lucas onto a finish.
87.
Oh, that was a lazy dart.
Fallon, you require
Didn't aim it, just threw it too
167.
quickly.
It looked lobbed in hope rather than concentrating on saying, "You are going where I tell you." His third dart, and he's gesticulating in
41.
the background there with a few Larry Butler, Paul Lim false throws there to loosen up the elbow. Oh, Cam Quabtree.
Yeah, I think he's the sheriff of the
81.
ghost dart today.
Fallon,
He
you
was doing
require
it more than anybody else.
126.
This is a tricky 57 shot. And Lucas has a chance for 4-0.
54. Lucas, you require 107.
Match start incoming. At double top.
87.
That one went in a bit
Fallon,
flimsy.
you require 72.
It went in at a very different angle to the other two. I wonder if it slipped out of his hand.
Double top.
Game shot
She's
on the
still
fourth
alive.
leg. Fallon Sherrock.
And considering the scores that she hit en route to that dart at tops to save
Fifth
the
leg,
match,
it's Lucas to throw first. Game
it was
on.
more like she ambled towards the finishing line instead of running towards the tape. Scores of 41, twice, a 54, then the 72 checkout. That could have been a bit easier than it was, but
100.
full credit to her. The fact that she still got it done.
And us dart players don't look backwards. Once the job's done, you keep looking forwards because you can't do anything about the
43.
darts that you've already thrown.
I'm just going to reference that soft tip World Cup back in 2017 again. We played many different types of games in the semi-final against Japan.
140.
We were outgunned by the eventual winners. They were just amazing. But that was the very first tournament that I ever met a certain Mikuru Suzuki. She was playing for the Japanese, and I was saying, who is that lady over there? Because she's rather good. Next thing you know, Fallon is playing against Mikuru at soft tip on the stage in front of
31.
everybody. And we are just looking at the stage thinking, this is a bit special. And Mikuru,
100.
a soft tip specialist who had not been beaten in Japan for about 2 years, Fallon pushed her to the limit. And she was a soft tip greenhorn.
Yeah, Makuru is after her win
140.
in the steel tip at Lakeside. She became a bit of a superstar over there. You know, people running to open the door for her in the darting world, and yeah, she
60.
She became. I think
Lucas,
she
you
became a little
require
overwhelmed.
90.
We went on to the Australian Darts Open as an invite a couple of years ago, and Makuru was one of the invites, and we went out for a trip on a paddle steamer and all sorts as part of the promotion
65.
for
Fallon,
the
you
event,
require
and she loved every
180.
second of it, but her English was very limited.
Sherrock and her chances are somewhat limited now.
58.
Wenig has missed the ball for the
Lucas, you
match.
require 25.
Does he miss 8s? He
17.
does. Another chance for Sherrock.
Fallon, you require 60.
She's already taken 60 out with 2 darts on a 72 combo in the last leg. This game is still alive.
Fallon Sherrock.
Wenig is getting chances and he's not taking them. It was Jenkins who almost snatched
Game on.
a victory from the jaws of defeat in game 1. Can Sherrock do that very thing against her German opponent?
140.
You must not give Fallon a chance because she will take it.
121.
She's a bit like a hungry wolf. She can smell blood. She can smell fear.
83.
Do you know that bees can smell fear?
Can they?
They can. So can dogs, apparently.
100.
According to the young kid on Jerry Maguire. Oh, Fallon's got a very interesting dog.
140.
With a very interesting name. Squirtle. Very much into her Pokemon as well. She's been to Japan a few times.
Fallon,
and she
you
loves to
require
collect
138.
Pokemon-related stuff.
I rescued a dog I found. I called it Drizzle. What weather do you think I found it in?
Was it raining by any chance?
98.
No, it was constant rain. It was drizzling. So,
Was it light?
absolutely.
Light drizzle. I get the feeling that this game
85.
is slipping away from Lucas.
Fallon, you require 40.
Double 10. And we're going
Game
all
shot
the
on the
way.
sixth, though. Fallon,
And at the
Sherrock.
very worst, what Fallon has done is limit the damage. Even if she goes on to
final
lose
leg,
this
it's
game
Lucas
by
to
4
throw
legs to
first.
3,
Game on.
she's won in a certain sense. In a truncated group of only 8 games, she has limited the leg difference damage. But if she strikes and wins a 4th consecutive leg,
85.
what a bonus.
Indeed, and this is a point where Wenig cannot think about having the match darts. You cannot stand there
95.
when you go to throw this last and final leg thinking, I should have had this out the way. Because that's a negative thought at a time where you need to be very positive.
Full credit to him.
125.
That's a great recovery.
As with David Davies,
41.
Wenig is coming along across as a very cool, calm character.
That gives you an indication of how many attempts each player has had. You know they've hit 3 each.
139.
But Lucas has had twice as many opportunities as Sherrock.
$96. Lucas, you
But there's
require
nothing Fallon can do about this
152.
now. Unless Wenig has some sort of meltdown towards the end of this game.
60.
And this is what I was saying to Mace this week. There is a way of throwing safe rather than attack. And I think we can quite honestly say with Wenig there that that was a safe
59.
60 to turn the corner.
Lucas, you require 92.
I concur. Right now, you'd take 52. He would definitely take it now.
40.
Doesn't even get to the glory position of a double with 3 darts. He's still got a little bit of approach work to do.
100. Lucas, you require
And he's already
52.
missed multiple match darts and multiple legs.
$32.
And a chance appears
Fallon, you
for
require
Sherrock.
110.
And she's going the southern route. And she can't strike.
50.
Incredibly close on both big trebles.
Lucas, you require 20.
But Wenig has been missing doubles for the match. It's awkward. He's throwing this from the left-hand side of the stage. And it's an
Game,
amazing
shot,
dart
and the match.
to win the match.
Lucas Wenig.
I suppose when you think about the pattern of the match, he did deserve to get the amount of chances that he got. But he may not throw a better dart than that all week. He needed to be almost 6 feet left of the hockey to find a match shot that would go in. but ultimately he does get the slightly bigger average. Lots more shots at double and a win by 4 legs to 3.
Andy Jenkins and Pete Burgoyne up next, both beaten in their opening games tonight. Jenks will be the more disappointed, having had match darts to get the better of Fallon. Sherrock missed 17 at the outer ring in total in that one. Needs to be more clinical this time around. To talk you through all the ebbs and flows in this one, let's get back to Scott Mitchell and Paul Nicholson.
Thank you, Abby. Time to enjoy another game with myself, the Asset, and Scotty Dog. And it's Jenks against Feast. These are the two players who are yet to pick up a victory tonight. But that's about to change. We've both played in Group B, Scott. We know that there are certain intricacies with this group format. But one thing we do know about this format more than anything else is that it does take a little bit of time for things to settle into what the pattern could be.
Yeah, it does, but the big thing with Group B is yes, 3 from 5 go, but you cannot afford to lose 2 games in a row.
140
for 4 wins from your 8 games And it doesn't matter where they come, how they come. You need to be
58.
getting 4 wins to have a chance to get out of the group.
The one time that was proven more than anything else was by a very fine player called Dave Pallett.
100.
He lost all 4 games on Thursday. He won all 4 games on Friday and squeezed through by the skin on the skin of his teeth.
140. And you require
Mr. Paletta,
121.
another one of my former England teammates.
62.
Just wonder, when was it that Andy Jenkins made his debut for England? I'm going to look into this.
139. And you require 59.
He's been playing since he was a child. And he
Game
doesn't
shot on
show
the
any
first
signs
leg.
of slowing
Andy
down.
Jenkins.
I know he's a local lad. He is very much darting royalty
Second leg,
in
it's Pete to
Portsmouth
throw
and
first.
the Hampshire
Game on.
area. He would hate me for saying this, but he does have Welsh ancestry.
134.
But he is very proud to have played for the St George Cross.
55.
90. Have a guess. What year did he make his debut for England? Scott, any ideas?
I'm going to guess 1997.
See, that's what I
54.
would have done. Honestly, hand on heart, I would have said 1997, maybe 98. Because I remember reading about Andy in Darts World magazine
100.
around the time that I started playing county darts. But this is one of the most ridiculously
48.
impressive things that you should know about Andy Jenkins. He made his debut for his country against Leighton Rees,
43.
the very first world champion,
Wow.
in 1994. Imagine that for a debut.
133.
Andy beat him by 3 legs to 1, averaging just shy of 82.
101. Pete, you require 132.
Think about some of the great things he's done in his career, but that is probably up there. How about a 132?
120.
So he'd have been around 23 or 24 years old at that time.
Indeed.
60. Pete, you require 12.
I love looking back at people's international careers.
Game shot on the second leg.
I love seeing doubles
Pete
hit so
Burgoyne.
crisply like that. This game is tied. In the other game
Third
in
leg,
the
it's
home
Andy to
internationals
throw
that year,
first. Game on.
he would play against a guy called Stuart Rattray.
Stuart Rattray. Now, he was still playing when I was playing.
137.
England, sort of. Yeah, so that would have been, I don't know, 14, 15, 16, something like that.
57.
Think about some of the names that he was playing with back then, and you've already mentioned one of them this week. You were telling me about it this morning.
82.
Here's just a little smattering of the England team that he was in. His good pal Colin Monk, Kevin Painter, Martin Adams,
60.
Shane Burgess, and a certain Dave Askew.
What, 9-dart Dave from this week?
9-dart Diamond Dave, who had a 9-darter
60.
this week, and it's been all over Twitter. The longevity of some of those England internationals from back then, it is mind-boggling.
57. 65.
He's still doing bits. He might not be the player that he once was, but he's still ultra competitive, and he's still winning local stuff.
97.
He's winning events
and you
in this
require
area.
157.
He's still wanting to compete at seniors. He might even make the seniors world match play.
If you're doing 9 darters, you're still
60.
more than competing.
This is good.
140.
It's almost a blind one.
And you require
He was looking away
97.
on that third dart. Or maybe he knew it was short as soon as it left his hand. Is this one? It
Game
is
shot on
not.
the
It's
third leg.
perfect.
Andy Jenkins.
A little bit of fire in the belly there from Andy Jenkins.
Fourth leg, it's Pete to throw
No
first.
two ways about it. He wants to be back here on Saturday night.
You can imagine the scenes if he is.
58.
There isn't a spare seat in the house when he's here on a Saturday night.
He's had some up and down
140.
performances this week. In fact, his daily averages were very up and down as well. Just shy of 83 on Monday.
134.
Just under 80 on Tuesday, so a regression there, but a little bit of a recovery on Wednesday. Knowing Andy as I do,
41.
I've spent a lot of time with him over the last 15 years. He would still believe that he can average between 87 and 92 all the time. And if he can do that over the next couple of nights,
135.
I thoroughly believe he will be here on Saturday night.
$45. $138. $105. Pete, you require 36.
Double 18 then, for a 13
Game
dollar
shot
and right in the corner.
foreplay. Pete Burgoyne.
What a lovely result that is for Pete, considering he
Fifth
has
leg, it's
been
Andy to throw
chasing
first.
Andy the
Game
whole
on.
match.
$59. $28. $44.
Pete Burgoyne in the past, when he's been here, has had some pretty close calls in getting to Saturday night himself. And when you get that call to
97.
come in as a substitute, there's almost no pressure for you. When he played in that second game against David Davies, he
85.
was outgunned by the Welshman. But he did have spots where he played pretty well.
60.
And I think the one thing for Pete tonight is that he doesn't want to let anybody bully him. And on top of that, he's got to
85.
be positive. He does want to get the best out of himself, but doesn't want to tell himself off to the degree that it's going to be
40.
detrimental to his chances of beating someone. He does tend to tell himself off just a little bit too much.
85.
It's probably something that he's always done.
Even on that treble 20, he probably doesn't know it. But he flicked
81.
his eyebrows
Andy
up at
required
it. A somewhat
143.
unconscious reaction. Oh, Andy Jenkins.
111.
What a try.
$95.
Wouldn't miss
Andy
it this
required
time.
32.
No, good visit from Burgoyne there.
Game
to
shot
pressure
on the
the
fifth
shot,
leg.
but
Andy Jenkins.
Jenkins again up to the task. Leads 3-2.
Sixth leg, it's Pete to throw first.
And this is one of the reasons why. He's hit 3 from 4. This is pretty good.
125.
Now, in his previous game against Fallon, he had 20 darts at a double and hit 3. This time, it's taken him
137.
only 4 to get 3 darts at double hit and registered. Just looking through the rest of his week,
180.
only one other occasion has he had 20 or more darts at a double in a match. But that was a game that he won.
41.
We have to say Burgoyne has bounced back here in what is a pressured leg when you're
81.
behind but on throw, and you know this is your last throw or your last start of throw in the match, and you have to hold. You see many games go 4-2,
required 150.
and it's usually the one that you lose against the darts is the last one that you start.
Tops.
75.
Bends the wire. But takes solace in the fact that he is coming back.
44.
He's got plenty of dots to get it done.
40.
Sooner the better.
Game shot on the
There you go, that's
sixth
pretty
leg.
soon.
P. Burgoyne.
Yeah, in that situation, you don't want it to drift on, do you? Otherwise, each dart, that
Seventh
double
final
gets
leg. It's
smaller
Andy to throw first.
smaller.
Game on.
and smaller. And before you know it, you're going at double 5, double 2, and it's as small as a Champion's Choice
60.
double.
Just to reiterate, these two players have not won yet. Whoever does will join Sherrock, Davies,
60.
and Wenig on 2 points. The loser will be the only person not to register a win after the first 4 matches.
Somebody's O on the table has
60.
to go.
It's a very high address position that Pete has. That elbow dips and the flight goes towards
49.
the jawline, whereas it starts towards the forehead. And he's got this classic style that has not changed in 30 years.
137.
Some would say that it's been quite successful.
It has. He's had a terrific career.
96.
When he plays a little bit later on against Davies in Game 7, we're going to go all the way back to 2001. We're going to talk about a little thing called the Japan Open.
59.
My favourite Andy Jenkins story. But that's for later, so you're going to have to stay with us. But by that time, is Andy on 2 points?
62.
Or is he on 0?
Fair play to Burgoyne. He recovered well there with that last dart. But Jenkins
145.
absolutely going for the jugular.
Just one thing left to do. And for Rocky, it's the
81.
knockout punch
And you require 40.
in the final round.
Game shot.
Wonderfully done.
And the match. Andy Jenkins.
185 points in 4 darts to get the job done. That really was a world-class ending to a slugfest of a contest. But look at the doubles from Jenkins. 80%. And considering Burgoyne had the better average and 50% himself, that looks like a better win than it actually felt about 5 minutes ago, potentially. So, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, it will be David Davies up against Lucas Wenig to finish up 50% of our matches tonight.
Well, David Davis picked up where he left off in Group A in his opener tonight, didn't he? Our best performance of the session so far, a 95 average with a lovely 116 to complete a 12 in there as well. Wenig also victorious in his opener, squandered the chance to bagel Sherrock, but eventually got over the line 4-3. To find out which of these two moves on to 4 points, let's get back to Paul and Scott.
Thank you very much. It's a bit of a tight match fest tonight because when we had no 4-3s during the day, tonight we've got 3 games out of 4 that have gone 4-3. So is that a sign that this game will do the same? And with this one being a contest where the winner will go on to 4 points and take the halfway point lead.
First leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
There's not really a massive amount of pressure on this to be the leader after 25% of the matches are completed. But it's always nice to be at the top of the tree. Just ask the man with tree in his name.
60.
Cam Crabtree.
Indeed. I'm sure he's sleeping well tonight after topping Group C this afternoon.
93.
This one's an interesting one for me because both David Davies and Lucas Wenig are cool customers. Don't ever seem to get flustered.
84.
Said yesterday about how David Davis is like this, and I see Lucas very similar. And although on the exterior we looked at them and cool and calm and calculated, Mace suggested that sometimes they'd be paddling like a duck underwater with the feet where you can't see it and inside. So I really am interested in the outcome of this one.
I think the only time this
95.
week that I can remember David being a bit flustered was when he hit the bullseye going for an 80 checkout.
And that didn't really fluster him because he hit the double 15 with his second dart. So
180.
That had no right to go in, considering his angle of entry, because it does go in flights to the left. He's pitched that so perfectly. It is quite frightening.
95. Lucas should require
Consecutive
48.
maxes to leave 48 for a start of 11 darts.
Game shown
Wow.
the first leg. Lucas Wenig.
Equalises the best leg of the day and sends a very big fat message to his Welsh
Second leg,
opponent
it's Lucas to throw first.
that the big
Game
man
on.
from Munchausen is here to win.
And I have to say, I enjoyed that camera angle from the production team there. Not an angle we usually see during a dart match, and I did like that.
125.
It just gives you an indication of the angle of entry in the bottom half of the board. We do strive here at the MODUS Super Series to give you a little something different.
100.
You might not guess it, but Lucas does love darts. He's got a dartboard tattoo on his right forearm.
123.
Who do you think's got the best darts tattoo? There's a question for you, because most dart players have got tattoos.
Yeah, I know exactly who mine is. It's
40.
Brian Woods. He's got Pekka tattooed on his arm. Why would you do that?
Just for anybody who isn't aware, that actually is his nickname, because he's called Brian Woods.
95.
Get it? There you go. You got the story. I like Simon Whitlock's tattoo because I do believe he's got a dartboard style tattoo, but it's a roulette wheel. And it's got the
59.
numbers
Lucas
of the dartboard
required
on it.
158.
It's really interesting.
Yeah, I've got a friend that actually has a set of my dart going in double top tattooed on his arm
44.
from 2015, and then I autographed underneath it, and he tattooed the autograph on his arm as well.
That's a compliment.
Yeah, very honoured. He's really good at shove
92.
halfpenny, not very
Lucas
good at
required
darts.
140.
And he's a former shove halfpenny world champion. But his boy's quite good at darts. He's only a young lad.
74.
Tell you what, Lucas Wenig's pretty good at this game as well. He's having David Davies for breakfast so far. let's not forget that he was 3-0 up against Sherrock, and he was brought back
98.
to 3-3.
Lucas should require 40.
So let's not judge this game quite yet.
Game
But
shot on
Wenig
the
is
second
2-0
leg. Lucas
Playing at a
Wenig.
very, very high level.
Third leg, it's David to throw first.
We are
Game
waiting
on.
for our big, big average of the week. Is anybody going to beat that 117.88 by Luke Littler from this past week?
96.
Probably not. But if they do, we would welcome it with open arms. In fact, if you look back at the Super Series history books,
59.
only 2 players have averaged either the same as that or better. There's been a lot made of Jason Askew's record of 118.66. But let's not forget
95.
also, it's not just Littler that has averaged 117.88. In Southampton, it was done as well by a certain Kevin Burness.
58.
Yeah, indeed. And Big Kev is currently holding a tour card. I think he's in the second. Is it his second year of the tour card?
It is. It hasn't been a particularly fruitful couple of years for Kevin.
140.
It's a very tough thing to do, to compete on the PDC Pro Tour.
Mentally, it's tough. I can tell you, firsthand.
140. David, you require
Over to you, David.
170.
Fishing rod time. Fish is on the hook. He's lost it.
105.
He's quite a calculated player. I'm not 100% sure he'd have gone for it, even if he'd have hit the 2 treble 20s. From what I've seen of him this week.
And we did see from
100.
him earlier use the treble
David,
11
you require 65.
on a different style checkout. This time it's the 25.
Game shot on the third
Very good.
leg.
Again.
David Davis.
He does look very cool on those outer ring shots.
Yeah, and it's what he's
Fourth
been
leg,
good
it's
at all
Lucas
week.
to throw
And
first. Game on.
did well to miss the ball there on that 25 shot. It was quite tight, wasn't it? And like we keep mentioning this week, you don't actually aim for the 25. You
140.
tend to aim for the bull and you hit it when you don't want it. We've seen Yellow Classen do that an awful lot this week. On 61 and 65, hit a few bullseyes.
100.
His progress.
Who do you think can bench press more, Gerwin Price or Lucas Wenig? Who would you back in that spot?
70.
To be fair, I'd probably be nowhere near the gym to see either of them do it. So you're asking the wrong man.
I wouldn't. I'm going to go for Lucas to bench more,
180.
but Price to be quicker on a 60-yard dash based on their skill sets. Lucas strikes me as a very strong gym kind of guy, whereas Price is more of a field athlete.
180.
Are you telling me people run and sprint 60 yards without a cow being out?
Have you never seen? Have you never seen Gerwin Price on a rugby pitch?
140.
Frightening to watch.
Lucas should require 111.
I have, and if he has the adrenaline that he has on a dartboard with a rugby ball under his arm, you can see why he was good at it.
Indeed. How good is Lucas on a Nelson? That
91.
one came out a bit flat.
David should require 81.
David might know a thing or two about rugby. He is from a rugby nation. That is a happy accident. Double top. We're all square.
41. Lucas should require 20.
He's got away with this one. Can he take full advantage? It's double 10. It's the double that gave him the win against Sherrock.
And he's throwing it from a similar position.
No score.
without the same result.
Davies, you require 40. Game shot.
Oh, what a
on the
lovely
fourth
angle
leg.
that is to see
David
how it goes
Davies.
in the board. It's 2-2 all of a sudden. There's 7 points between them in the averages.
Fifth leg, it's Davies to
There's
throw
a big
first.
amount of percentage
Game on.
between them in doubles as well. But that means nothing when it's tied at 2-2.
And also when the guy who's holds the throw
97.
or has the throw can have a percentage 6, 8, 9, 10 lower than the guy that hasn't. As long as he stays around that 95
121.
average, David Davies is always going to be a problem to Lucas Wenig, even though he's averaging over a ton.
I always say that if you can have a
96.
95 average and time your shots well, that can beat anything as high as 110. James Wade's made a career out of it. The
135.
amount of big scoring that we're getting from Wenig in this game. At which point does he make his opponent crack? This is what we like to call the scoring power pack.
85.
They're level in the 140 pluses, but in the other two, Wenig is owning it. Is he getting
70.
a few scruffy visits like that just to invite David Davis back in?
It does seem that way at this current time, doesn't it?
And he
59.
was first to a finish. Only just. Would you rather have 175 or would you rather have 164 getting the first look? And I said that just before the 260s were hit.
135.
I'd rather have 175 with two treble 20s
Davies
in the board.
require
Thank you, Nico.
164.
Me too. Make us look silly, David. Make us look silly. We're
Game
just
shot on the
really
fifth
silly
leg.
because we
David
were wrong.
Davies.
It's 3-2 Davies. What a shot that is. Full respect from everybody.
Sixth
Maybe
leg,
the
it's
shot
Lucas
of the
to throw
week.
first.
And
Game
what a
on.
saver throw that is as well. It's a holder throw for David Davies. Now, I had a funny feeling that was coming because Jenkins laid up on him yesterday on a similar shot and he wired the ball.
31.
So this time, Davies sorted the problem out and hit the button.
What are we starting to unearth with this gentleman? Because
96.
Welsh darts, over the years, they just constantly deliver. First world champion, 1978, Leighton Rees. Alan Evans and Leighton Rees all the way through the
95.
80s. A little bit of Richie Burnett in the 90s. Webster, Phillips. There's always somebody coming through. Clayton, Price,
140.
Jamie Lewis, Wayne Warren. Could we be looking at something else that's coming through with David?
180.
Or are we looking at someone who could still win, even though that 164 was seismic?
$32.
The level of quality in this game. Looking like the best game of the week so far.
58.
Davis has got to be really careful here. Should go 18s or 25 with his second dart. That's where you've got to know about the get-out clause of the bull or 25 on the last dart and how to leave the
42.
number that allows
Lucas
you to use it.
137.
It's not going to be another big finish.
97.
Looks like we might be going all the way for a 4th time in 5 matches.
85.
Unless
Lucas required
fluffs his
40.
lines. Tops for the German. He's had problems on 10s.
20.
And he offers a chance. 75% on doubles in this game.
106.
He has had the lesser average the whole time. He was 2-0 down. He's not going to win at this visit. That chance is gone.
49. Lucas required 20.
Can he finally find
Game
the 4
shot
o'clock
the
double? Yes, he
play.
can.
Lucas Wenig.
It's going to be a long shift for Charlie Korstefin tonight. Lots of tight matches.
7th and final
And
leg.
the
It's
key
Davies to
leg
throw
here,
first.
which will take us to the
Game
halfway
on.
point. And it will signify who leads the table at the end of Game 5. When these two play each other tomorrow around the same time,
140.
Wenig will have the darts then, but for now, it's Davies that has the start here in leg 7.
95.
Wenig is one of those players who has got a lot of PDC Europe Super League experience, which is a lot of matches in the same day. Playing
99.
4 games in a night time will feel very simple to him. There you can see that address position for him, where he's bowing the dart in his grip and actually throwing it out of his
139.
grip with it slightly twisted. There you can see with Davies, it's all about the fingertips.
128.
At one point in this match, he was hanging on to this game with his fingertips. But he may be looking at the winning post very soon.
60. Davies required 134.
114 left with 2. And that's a superb shot. Because that means a single 20 will leave a match-winning chance.
94.
He averaged just shy of 95 in his first game, with 4 hits from 9 on the doubles. Pound for pound, this is
83.
almost the
Davies
exact same
required
performance,
40.
but with better doubles.
Game, shot,
There you have it.
and the match.
A superb
David
win.
Davies.
For Davies, that 164 was monstrous, giving him the chance, and I think Lucas Wenig is just congratulating him on what was a superb display. Great consistency tonight, and Davies wins that one by 4 legs to 3, taking us to the halftime break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are halfway through our Group B session. Scott Mitchell alongside me to reflect on what we've seen so far. So let's take a look at the results that have already been completed this evening. I think it's fair to say, Scott, that last match that we witnessed between David Davies and Lucas Wenig is the best we have seen this week.
Yeah, two calm and collected characters. We predicted it would be a good game down in the commentary box, and yeah, that's exactly how it turned out to be.
Yeah, that first match of the night as well, it had just about everything, didn't it? Because Fallon took out a lovely 88 to go 3-1 up, seemed to be coasting towards the finish line, but such a dramatic end to that one.
Yeah, absolutely. It was everything we thought it would be. Fallon being up first. Jenkins had been in for a long, long while, knowing that he had to play her first, and got his preparation right. But that's the way that darts go sometimes.
Indeed, it is. David Davies, as we just mentioned, coming through in our last match. He also took out a 164, the highest checkout we have seen so far this week, and in doing so, made the chaps in comms look a little bit silly.
Make us look silly, David. Make us look silly. We're just really silly because we were wrong. It's 3-2 Davies. What a shot that is. Full respect from everybody.
Love that. Do you still feel a little bit silly?
Yeah, 9 times out of 10, I would still rather have been on the other foot, because that doesn't always go. But yeah, what a great shot that was. And it was a match-saving shot, really.
Yeah, and a real tide turner in that particular encounter. Let's have a look then at the league table at the halfway stage here on our first night of Group B action. And it is David Davies who leads the way, of course, with that second victory of the night. Fallon Sherrock, who's up next against Pete Burgoyne. She has the opportunity to join him on 4 points. Pete Burgoyne looking for his first win of this evening's session. Which way do you see this one going?
Well, it's tough to look anywhere else than Fallon, really, without being rude. But Pete's here on merit, and he's a great player. I've seen him many times at the Pro Tours when I was there as a jump up from the challenge. So, look, he loves the game, and he'll look forward to this one. I know what he's like.
I really like how quietly you tried to speak there, knowing that they are both stood there and both can hear us very loudly. So let's get this one underway then and hand back over to Paul Nicholson.
Thanks, guys. Yes, it's not an easy thing to do to predict a match when the players can hear you. Probably good that they can't hear us from the commentary box with some of our somewhat splintered views, but Sherrock now looking to recover after losing to Lucas Wenig in Game 3. But Wenig's been held back a little bit by that brilliant display from David Davies. What we will have in the table, though, is a bit of a logjam if Burgoyne can get the win here against Fallon. Because if he gets 2 points, that will be 4 players on that mark. And David Davies will be on his own at the top on those 4 points that he has already amassed. Sherrock will be favourite because she's got the win in the bag already tonight. And Burgoyne will be behind the 8 ball.
Game on.
If he does not get a win in any of his first 3 matches. Just to recap what we've seen from Pete.
140.
4-2 loss to David Davies. In fact, the only game that hasn't gone the distance. 82.63 his average and 2 out of 7
42
hits at double. And then he got 3 legs against Andy Jenkins, but just couldn't live with him in the 7th leg. He did have the superior average of 90.29 and did register 50% as a checkout ratio. Just didn't get enough chances to get the job done.
120.
Right there, he gets 120 floor points. Just one of those silly sayings that we've made up over the years.
49.
When one dart ends up on the floor and you still get 120 plus by hitting 2 treble 20s.
134.
This game is going to have a lovely rhythm to it. They both deliver all 3 darts at roughly the same pace.
180.
We don't have to wait too long to get that first maximum, which comes from Fallon Sherrock.
13. Fallon, you require 74.
Again, she lost tonight. She didn't have the darts. So I guess she was expected to lose that one.
Game shot on the
She
first
hasn't lost
leg.
the first leg here,
Fallon
though.
Sherrock.
A very strong start from Fallon.
Second leg,
74
it's
check
Pete to
out, a
throw
maximum
first.
in that leg. And exactly what she wanted, Scott.
Yeah, indeed, the start she would have wanted with the throw.
140.
Peter's no pushover. Set up on the balcony. He likes the big games
85.
against the big players.
It's almost a pity he didn't play in week 8. It could have been the beast from the east against the feast.
You
95.
try saying that with a mouthful of peanuts.
I bet he could say it with a mouthful of whatever his favourite crisp is.
I reckon he's a beef and
60.
onion man.
Yeah.
Don't get a name. The feast eating prawn cocktail
121.
No, he doesn't strike me as the kind of guy who would have crisps that would melt on your tongue. Strikes me as a crinkle cut kind of guy.
99. Pete, you require
Yeah, definitely not a
145.
Skips kind of guy.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of people register a 145 finish this week.
129.
Peter's not going to be one of them just yet.
I think if I remember rightly, Andy Jenkins was one of those.
Indeed.
97. Pete, you require 16.
The other one, Johan van Velsen, who has got a lot of work to do tomorrow in Group C. Now, we
8.
did say that we're
Fallon,
looking
you
for a
require
nickname for 160. Has anybody got any ideas for that one?
128.
If you have, get in touch
Pete,
with us
you
at
require
MSS Starts
8.
on Twitter. We'd love to hear from you this evening, or should I say this morning? Because
4.
we've just gone past the midnight hour.
Fallon, you require 32. Game shot on
And
the
here's the
second
thing,
leg.
just
Fallon
past
Sherrock.
midnight, if Fallon was a gremlin, you're not supposed to feed her.
Third leg, it's Fallon to throw first. Game on.
Penny
There's
for
a
the
song-
thoughts of Pete.
After the song there, something about a midnight hour. Don't tell Wilson Pickett, will you?
60.
You've been watching The Commitments just like me. One of my favourite movies.
Nah, I've just been listening to old man radio stations in my tractor.
Wilson Pickett actually
42.
does have a little cameo in that movie. In a limousine. Can't believe that movie is now 32 years old.
93.
Makes you feel old, don't it? Some of those. When the second Top Gun came out, and you think, how long ago was the first one?
81.
I think it was out in 86. Solid stance from Fallon.
60.
A little bit of movement. She's not particularly tall.
It's something that's changed in her game. In her younger days, there was a lot of
48.
upper body movement and kind of going with the dart. I'm not saying that she's grown in stature, but as she's got older, she's got more confident that
140.
that swing forward is not like a John Hendo swing anymore. It's very much more solid, and I think that it's made her
60.
game come
Fallon, you
on leaps
require
and bounds.
I agree.
148.
I think the biggest change that she made to get better was around about the time where she made the world
58.
final. Her arm was very much extended out, straight. And the change that was made was to make that set position more of a right angle.
85. Fallon, you
It looks
require
more comfortable,
90.
more relaxed, more controlled. 3-0.
Game
is all
shot on the
hers.
third leg.
This is all
Fallon
going the way
Sherrock.
of the Queen of the Palace. We might get our first result
Fourth leg, it's Pete
this
to throw
evening
first.
in
Game
either
on.
4 or 5 legs. But then again, I did say that when Lucas Wenig was 3-0 up on Fallon, and she came all the way back to take us to leg 7.
45.
Tremendous display. Average of just under 94 for the first 3 legs as well, with 3 hits from 4 on the doubles.
134.
This is remarkably consistent.
$60.
Just going back quite a few years, we talked about reading Darts World magazine in the 90s when Andy was playing for England.
100.
When a woman was getting lady of the match for a county at the highest level, if a lady was averaging
58.
over 25 per dart and being 75 in new money, that was a great performance.
It was generally a one-off performance from that lady. It's not something they were
100.
consistently keeping up until maybe, I don't know, maybe Trina came along.
Then all of a sudden, you started to see more ladies
58. Fallon,
getting
you
towards
require
the 27 and
167.
28 mark. I'm not overselling
99.
this. She has completely and utterly owned this game. Is this a parting shot?
140.
We're about to
Fallon, you
find
require
out.
68.
Because this game is only 8 minutes old. And it's
Game,
over.
Shot and the match.
That's a brilliant display from Fallon Sherrock. It's a big average of just under 97. She's 80% on the doubles as well. And at no point in that game was she ever in trouble. She finds herself on 4 points now with a superior leg difference to that of Davies. So for now, she's top of the table. We'll take a short break. When we come back, it is Andy Jenkins against said Davies.
So then, our only unbeaten player in Group B, David Davies, back in action next. He's taken on Jenkins for the 4th time this week. The Welshman leads the head-to-head 2-1, having won comfortably on Monday and Tuesday. If he can add a third, he'll leapfrog Sherrock and return to the top of the table. The main question, though, chaps, are you ready for him to make you look silly again?
We already feel silly, Abby, and if he makes us feel even
First
more
leg,
silly,
it's
then
Andy
we
to
should
throw
probably dress up
first.
as clowns.
Game on.
That really was some shot earlier, wasn't it?
And I particularly should have known better because he almost did that to Andy Jenkins the day before when Jenkins laid up. So, yeah. Fair play, David Davies.
140.
More fool us, more brilliant you. You love to see a shot like that on a Thursday night. And we are coming towards the important part of the week to see who will join Chris Landman on Saturday night. And we hope that you can join us as well. If you're not going to be here in the flesh in Portsmouth, you can join us from 7:30 p.m. on the MODUS Super Series
85.
YouTube channel. And then from 10 o'clock, 10 p.m. that is, just before there's any confusion, you can join us live on Sporty Stuff TV for the semi-finals and the final to see who wins week 9.
140.
Could have said 2,200.
Full military timing in what is a military town, of course.
95.
Indeed it is.
These guys are playing their 4th game of the week. Both involved in Group
97.
A. Davies is currently 2-1 up. He won games on Monday
85.
and on Tuesday,
David
but
required
Jenkins got a
164.
measure of revenge yesterday, winning by 4-3. So the only result that they're missing this week to complete the set is 4-1. And that is the only result we don't have tonight.
100. Andy required 96.
We've got everything else.
Just hold the press. David Davies has just missed a 164.
36.
Just hit the ton.
David requires 64.
So we'd have been right if we'd have called it on that occasion.
How about the 64? 2 4s.
Game shot on the
And
first
that is
leg.
very good.
David Davies.
A very good start against the darts. He may just go through this group undefeated.
Second leg, it's David to throw
He
first.
does have a game against Sherrock in game 9.
Game on.
And the way that they're both playing at the minute, that looks very enticing. Now, I'd like to take you all the way back. Today's date
85.
is the 7th of July, 2023. It's the 8th tomorrow.
58.
And 22 years ago, Andy Jenkins won one of his ranking titles in the BDO on the 8th of July, 2001. Here's a little quiz question for you in the early hours.
140.
It was the Japan Open in Tokyo. It's a story that Andy loves to tell. Because he went into that tournament a long way from home.
121.
And somebody else was fancied for that title. In fact, that person who made the final that Andy beat was going around the arena saying, "This one's mine. Nobody's going to beat me."
180.
He didn't win because Andy won it. And he also bagged 1 million yen,
79.
which is about
David required
£12,000,
96.
which was a big prize then.
I thought you were going to say about 45 quid.
I'm holding the phone at the minute
78.
because I thought David was going to give himself a 2-0 advantage. The question is, who did Andy Jenkins beat in that final in
140.
the Japan Open in 2001?
David, you require
You've got until the end of
80.
the next leg. Not this leg, the next leg.
No score.
But
Andy
it may
required
be a leg
103.
that David loses. And he still might. And he
Game shot
does
on the
lose
second
it.
low.
That's a classy
Andy
finish from
Jenkins.
Jenkins. It was a little bit of that got him that title in
it's Andy
Japan
to throw
22
first.
years ago.
Game on.
You might be surprised to hear that Andy only got 3 ranking titles in the BDO in his career. And they all came around the same
99.
period in 2000 and 2001. He won the England Open. He won the Swiss Open. And the title that I've already mentioned.
I knew that he'd won the Swiss
100.
Open because when I lifted the trophy in 2010, I did see his name on it.
And in that final, he beat a certain Peter Manley.
55.
Why do I get the feeling that Andy probably reminds him of that every month? In his PDC days, he's not only won 2 Challenge Tour titles in the last few years.
137.
Indeed, one of them last year in Hildesheim in Germany. But he has won 3 titles at senior level as well. The Vauxhall Autumn Open back in 2000.
59.
The Bob Anderson Classic in 2003. And that same year, he won a UK Open qualifier. Beat a certain Colin Lloyd in that final as well. 20 for tops. Would give him the lead once again.
30.
But now he's staring
Andy
a
requires
deficit in the
63.
face. Oh, Andy Jenkins, you've missed a single. It wasn't a lazy dart. It was just over pitched.
31. David, you require 40.
He didn't fling it, expecting to hit it. He just didn't hit it.
Game shot on
But
the
David
third
hits
lay.
that.
David
And he
Davis.
is, by hook or by crook, 2-1 up. Do you know who the finalist was back in 2001? Any ideas?
Fourth
I've got
leg, it's
no
David
idea.
to
I'm
throw
going to have a
first.
wild guess, and I wonder if it was our
Game on.
co-commentating colleague, Chris Mason.
I'm not sure if Chris has ever been to Japan, actually. I've never asked him that. But no, it wasn't Chris Mason. It was indeed Tony David. He would become
45.
a world champion around about that time. In fact, shortly after that, 6 months later.
43.
But Andy loves to tell the story of that one. And I like to dig it up every now and again just to remind him of maybe his greatest win.
140.
He's had some great moments in his career. He beat Phil Taylor at the Grand Slam as well.
45.
Largely forgotten. But to win an Open of that magnitude and get something that starts with 1 million, I think that sits very nicely with him.
83.
They present it with a check.
I would be very surprised if they didn't.
Wonder if he brought it home.
100.
Still got the desire, the same darting desire as 22 years ago. He hates to lose. I think if there's one person in this world
39.
that he hates to lose to more than anybody else, it's probably Aaron Monk.
$60.
He may mention somebody else, but that's the first person that comes to mind for me. Everybody's got someone that they want to beat a little bit more.
I remember Andy beating me with a 100+
92.
average at a waterfront open in Southampton. It only happened once. And, you know, your name came up in lights on the outside of the building and as a promotion, and I was world champion at the time, and
140.
Andy's names
David,
came
you
up
require
before mine did on the
102.
ticker thing that went round the outside, starring at the darts, Andy Jenkins. and then me. And I was the world champion at the time, and he obviously came in, and we didn't know each other that well then. And he liked to play a mind game before we started.
And he required
Only for about 2
113.
3/4 hours or something before we
He
got near
wouldn't
each
do
other.
such a thing, would he?
Superb, and I played him in the semi-final, and he absolutely battered me.
Double top.
Game shot on the
Wonderful.
fourth leg.
And when you
Andy
consider
Jenkins.
that Andy has found himself 2 really good finishes to stay in this match,
Fifth leg,
he's
it's
getting
Andy to
very
throw
gritty
first.
here.
Game on.
and he's hanging on to a possible qualifying spot with his fingertips, playing an undefeated player here tonight.
60.
I really like his focus tonight and the way that he's prepared. I do like it. And we can see that he's a different player tonight on the stage.
He's at number
81.
4 in the order of merit, which would be used for qualifying for the Senior World Masters or World Match Play. I do beg your pardon.
99.
And I'm led to believe that you have to be in the top 2 for that.
I'm not 100% sure, if I'm totally honest. I know there are still spaces for 4 qualifiers.
100.
So I believe that they're later in the month.
59.
He is someone that still plays at a very high level, and the kind of level that would worry anybody in a field like that.
Yeah, indeed. And, you know, should he be successful, I think the finals are at the Barbican in York,
100.
which is another iconic sporting venue, but more so for snooker, obviously. Back in the day.
He wants the maximum.
100.
Doesn't get it, but he does get to the finish first. In a very good competitive game. I can't remember a time all night long
140.
where David Davis has been averaging under 90.
143.
He's been there the whole night.
57.
This is why I'm saying that Andy
David
is just
require
holding on
80.
to David. All we're getting in this game is breaks of throw. Is it another one?
60.
That dart was firmly in the way. An under-delivered shot
Andy
will
require
hit that
86.
flight more often than not.
Our stats team are just telling us in our ears that Andy's been involved in 8 4-3 ties this week, and he's won 7 of them.
Oh, and he
Game
might be
shot on
winning
the fifth
another one,
leg.
but this time
Andy
he's taking the
Jenkins.
lead. That was a very courageous play, going for double 18 and double 16.
Sixth leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
Earlier on today, Jelle Klaassen was 4 from 4 on doubles in a match. But he hit 2 doubles to hit the last combination shot. Andy is 100% on doubles in this game. But he's hit 4 doubles en route to having 3 out of 3.
140.
This is a gutsy performance. Do you think he's aware of that record of 4 threes
49.
this week?
Not a chance. No, he won't be. He'll know he'd be involved in 4-3s an awful lot. But as a player, you don't kind of look back over 8 games. You only look back over a couple, don't you? In that situation. So I would say, no, he doesn't.
$95.
What he might be able to do here is set up a game against Davies tomorrow, which would be his second of the night. And it would be maybe
140.
the decider of their head-to-head record for the week. However, it might not be, because they might both qualify and play each other again on Saturday.
81. Andy require 86.
But then again, they might not. Going 18 here is the wrong play. That was perfect.
78.
And Andy isn't perfect on the doubles in this game, but at least he's coming back for a possible 4-2 upset. Because, make no mistake, David Davies, considering what he's done this week
99.
and tonight, was the favourite coming into this game.
8. Game,
But he doesn't
shot,
win.
And the match.
It's Jenks
Andy
who wins.
Jenkins.
Rocky gets the knockout punch this time, and he goes to 4 points alongside David Davies and Fallon Sherrock. We've now got 3 players on 4 points. We've got 1 player on 2 and 1 on 0, but that's a really good display on the doubling from Andy, as you can see, at 80%, and a first defeat for David Davies here tonight. When we come back, it will be Pete Burgoyne finishing up his schedule for the night up against Lucas Wenig.
Well, Pete Burgoyne can count himself really unfortunate to still be searching for his first points in Group B, heading into his final game of the night, having played really well, in particular against Jenks a little while ago. Can he keep his finals night's hopes alive here by getting the better of group favourite Lucas Wenig? Let's find out with Nico and Scott.
Thank you, Abby. Only one game tonight has actually gone against the darts.
First leg, it's Pete to throw first. Game on.
And that was when Pete Burgoyne had the darts against David Davies in Game 2. Since then, we've had 5 consecutive matches going with the throw.
81.
Which is a good sign because Pete has got them here. Lucas will play 2 of the final 3 games of the night. He has this one here, and he will finish against Andy Jenkins in Game 10.
134.
Which is looking like a stiffer task than before, considering what Andy's just done with that fine 4-2 win against David.
140.
Lucas will start as favourite in this game, considering what he's done tonight. But even he couldn't beat David Davies in Game 5.
140.
With a 98.32 average, he succumbed to what was one of quite a few good doubling performances tonight, Scott.
Yeah, he has. He's been on the wrong end of them,
38.
unfortunately. But with Lucas, if he's looking at the league table, he would be advised not to. With 2 games at the end in the last 3 here, 2 wins here,
180.
could be absolutely vital to his position in the table. And see him finish tonight on 6 points.
96.
He would
Lucas
be level with
47.
whoever wished to join him.
Double 16.
Game shot on the
And a
first
beautiful
low.
11 dart
Lucas Wenig.
start. Break of throw immediately, and Burgoyne is on the back foot in a matter of 90
Second leg,
seconds.
it's Lucas to throw first. Game
Now,
on.
there is a pattern occurring here tonight. I mentioned that the last 5 games have all gone with the darts. But the pattern that is even more impressive than that
123.
is in the last 4 games. 2 of them have been won 4-3. 1 of them has been won to 0.
57.
The last game, 4-2. But the winners of every single game in the last 4 have all hit 4 doubles from 5 attempts. 80% on
96.
doubles for the winners in the last 4 matches. I don't think I've ever seen that before here at the MODUS Super Series.
140.
The standard really has been very good tonight. We started with a little bit of edgy stuff with Sherrock against Jenkins. A little bit of drama.
96.
But then the quality starts to seep through. And we've seen that over the last hour and a half.
180.
We haven't. You would think that it would tail off after the midnight hour, as you say, but once you get in this building and lock the doors,
174. Pete, you require 124.
you don't really know what time it is until you walk back out again and realise.
Bullseye.
91.
That would have been for 304
Lucas,
and
you
6.
require 12.
But Wenig, with that 174 to leave double 6, that changed the shot. That's a bad dart and he knows it. Can he get past that one?
9.
He couldn't.
Not
Pete,
on
you
this
require
occasion.
33.
2 8s to break straight back.
Game shot on the second low.
And we
Pete
now have
Burgoyne.
best of 5. Always looks more comfortable in the scoring
Third
phase
leg, it's
for me.
Pete to throw first. Game on.
We were talking about Robin Bager earlier and how when he's scoring, his rhythm looks a bit more natural. When Pete's going for the treble 20 or indeed
100.
treble 19s and cover shots, he just gets on with it. But when he gets towards the end, it seems like he does slow down a little bit.
Yeah, he does.
95.
It's nearly like he's trying to make sure when he gets to a double, he's been there and thereabouts in most of the games. He's not being outplayed here.
81.
It just, the scoreboard stats say that he is, but he's been better than the position he is in the table tonight for sure.
I absolutely agree with you. Some of the games he's been a part of,
59.
he's been competitive apart from the game against Sherrock, where even when he was beaten 4-0, he had 6 darts at double and didn't hit one.
100.
I think the game that hurt him was that one against Jenkins in game 4. He gets out of that one with a win. We're looking at a very different table.
180.
Already we've had 3 180s in this game. There may be more.
$50. Lucas should require 167.
2 biggest finishes in the game left. 1 down. Not 2 down.
99. Pete, you
What
require
do you, Pete?
170.
Can you get the slightly easier finish? It is seen as slightly easier because you can get the same treble twice. You don't have that luxury with the 167.
100. Lucas should require 68.
More people are going for treble 12 on 68 now than I've ever seen before.
Game
He knows
shot
what
the
he's
third
doing.
lay. Lucas Wenig.
Another break of throw.
Fourth leg, it's Lucas to throw
I think
first.
Lucas is
Game on.
very hopeful of another Saturday night in his future.
I think the reason that people have changed for going for 68 is going that route. The only thing you can't really hit is a 5. If you go for the treble 20, and obviously you hit the 1 and the 5, it's danger each side, isn't there? So it still will allow you to get a single dart
81.
at a double.
Yeah, I think it's a really good point, actually, Scott. I never thought about it that way. I think the majority of people that I've seen going that route over the last few years, people like Krzysztof Ratajski, for instance,
60.
it's because they want to leave double 16 if they can. But if you think about it more logically like you have, if you hit a 9, you have 19 for tops.
39.
Whereas there's danger on the right side, there's less danger on the left side. Makes perfect sense to me. Great point.
You could say the same for 16s, really, and
43.
7 is the only thing that you can't hit down there. It's a way that I know Scott Waits has gone for ever since I've known him. I've known him a long time, and he's always gone 68 that direction for that reason.
134.
And another one is treble 18 for 62, which his longtime partner, Gary Thompson, the recliner, always went that way, yet he's one of the shortest players in the field.
60.
Yet he was always trying to leave top hole. And it's something that I've picked up probably 5-6 years ago, and I kind of do now.
97.
It's rare you'll see me go 62 for treble 10.
Yeah, I noticed that a couple of weeks ago that you were using the 18s for that route. Predominantly, people who do that like tops.
I do
81.
prefer the higher doubles, the double
Pete, you
12,
require
double
150.
top, double 18.
Pete was hoping of a shot at double 18 from that 150 position.
$90.
Now Lucas is hoping
Lucas
for
should require
3-1.
117.
Oh, the old 19s first routine. I think Pete's a little bit confused.
Game
He shouldn't
shot
be,
the fourth
because he's
lay.
3-1 down.
Lucas Wenig.
Honestly, there was a little kick there from that previous dart, as if to say it. Come hither.
Fifth
Come
leg,
into
it's Pete to
tops.
throw first.
You're welcome.
Game on.
And Pete gets a dig in the ribs.
I could understand his line of thought there entirely, because if he misses that and leaves 98,
140.
maybe Lucas is one of those that had headed off to treble 16 for the ball. Because he's already down there, maybe. I don't know.
And one thing we can't ignore is that Wenig,
100.
at this portion of the evening, is playing some very good stuff. He did lose his previous game with an average in excess of 98.
93.
He's elevated himself again into 3 figures. And he's extremely comfortable at this level.
84.
It's not a style with that grip that I could ever replicate. I can't throw darts the way that Lucas can. Not many people do.
21.
But it works for him.
I mean, of all the people you've ever seen in darts, there are very few that throw identically. Very few.
I remember a left-hander from Derbyshire called Matt Paget.
140.
And he modelled himself on Phil Taylor. And his action as a lefty was about as close to a Phil Taylor action as a righty as I've ever seen.
96.
But you're right. Most actions, they're like fingerprints.
I still see Matt now and again. I think the last saw him at the Challenge Tour.
151.
He's a good player.
It is an identical throw to Phil Taylor, but left-handed. Yeah, absolutely.
97.
The way that Pete's
Lucas
been rolling
Sherrock,
tonight,
117.
this goes. Oh, look. 19's first again. You called it, Scott. And he gets it.
Shots and the match. Lucas
The guy
Wenig.
just knows how to hit 117 checkouts. Doesn't matter which way he does it, but he's got a 4-1 win there, and he's now on 4 points with Sherrock, with Jenkins, with Davies, but Pete Burgoyne is going to leave us tonight with 0 points, and everybody else is going to be duking it out for the top spot. 101.43 and 57% on the doubles. That guy has just put in the performance of the week. We're going to take a little break now, but when we come back, it's Sherrock against Davies. You don't want to miss that one.
David Davies and Fallon Sherrock are next to complete their night's play, both currently on 4 points. Sherrock, of course, with the second highest winning average of the night last time out, an impressive 97 with 80% checkout success. Davies hasn't played too badly either tonight, has he? So this is set up very nicely indeed. Which one of them will end the night on 6 points? Predictions, please, chaps.
This is going to be some climax to their night, isn't it? What a night they've had. 4 points each. Someone's going to leave with 6. And Jenkins could leave with 6 as well. But then again, so could Lucas Wenig. What a night we have had. It's been a bit of a melee.
It's Davies to throw first.
And poor old Pete Burgoyne. He's played some decent darts tonight. He's walked away with nothing. He hasn't even got BFH.
Yeah, we had similar on a Saturday night last week for poor Jordan Brooks, who averaged well over 95 in 2 games in his 2 group matches on the Saturday night and never won a game. And you have to feel for him. And tonight, Pete is exactly the same. But basically what you're saying is we're 8 games in and we're no closer to knowing who's actually going to qualify here with all these people on 4 points.
Absolutely. What we are going to get
92
is a somewhat uniform-looking table. We are going to have 2 players on 6 points and 2 players on 4 points, but everything
60
is thrown up in the air. It does mean, because everybody else is strong, that Pete Burgoyne's possibilities of getting through are slim.
42.
He is going to need 4 wins from 4 tomorrow. And when you consider the level of play from the top 4 in this group, that's going to be very, very hard to come by.
100.
Just makes things a bit more exciting for Friday night darts, doesn't it?
58.
Yeah, it sure does.
That was always going to be a maximum.
180.
As long as she threw it in the general direction of those 2 flights, that was going to nestle in there lovely.
$100. Fallon, you require 61.
I look at treble 7 here. Well, why not leave your favourite double 18 and take out a lovely 14 dart start again, just like she did earlier on. That's how she started a match with Pete Burgoyne, and she won that one 4-0.
But that one was against the throw. So now needs a treble.
57.
Because we all know a break is only as good as your next leg. If you hold.
Just want to get your opinion about the upcoming Women's
43.
World Match Play at Blackpool, which is 2 weeks on Sunday.
120.
60 on the floor, but she's got 120 as a consolation prize. Fallon goes in as the 3rd seed, and she's playing Lisa Ashton in round 1. Thoughts on that match, and who's your favourite to win it?
Well, one, I would say that's a 50-50 game before we even start opening one's trap.
41.
And I think both can probably feel a little unfortunate at that as a draw. But when you, and we've seen in the past when we've seen the ladies on TV and 4 have already been sat there and 4 had to qualify for the World Masters, let's say, back in the BDO days, these draws can be thrown up because of the amount of ladies that are in. But it's just mouth-watering. I mean, who'd have thought 5 years ago we would have had a ladies' match play at Blackpool? It's good. It's good for the sport. It's good for the ladies.
92. Fallon, you require
good to showcase
164.
Them. And the best ladies playing each other is the best way to showcase your product.
Absolutely. Well said.
60.
What can Davies do in defiance to that 14-dart breaker throw that Sherrock delivered in fine style to start this one off?
42.
Seems to be
Fallon,
tiring a little bit, and that
104.
last lazy dart gives him no finish, and Sherrock plenty of time.
It's only the second time this week we've seen Davies
56.
kind of lose his cool a little and show some anxiousness, and that was mainly because he didn't leave a finish.
100. Fallon, you require 48.
Double top.
Game shot on
Interesting,
the second leg.
because if you
Fallon
cast your mind back to when she played Mensa Sulovic at Alexandra Palace, I know it was 4 years ago,
Third leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
but she barely missed double 16 in that game. She was so good that people were saying at the time she was the best double 16 shooter in the world.
43.
But she looked like she wanted to leave tops there. Could be a change of plan.
95.
And that was the day that Fallon's life changed.
Yes. Big time.
She became Queen of the Palace. She became
100.
known to the world. And the likes of Billie Jean King are sending messages to you. Wow, wow,
83.
and wow.
There is unfinished business, though, because as great as it was for Fallon to get messages from the likes of Billie Jean King and lots of other important people, there's one person she didn't get a message from.
140.
And she lives for the day that she gets a message from Katy Perry. That happens, she'll be happy.
83.
Indeed, her walk-on song is Katy Perry.
Correct. She was really eager to get a message from Katy. It didn't happen, but I know that when she got her blue
98.
tick on Twitter, that was a particularly proud moment for her. But I've got a really serious question to ask you, Scott. I'd like you to answer it in the next leg.
140.
Do the ladies now look at the Women's World Match Play
David
as
Jurakai,
a
120.
somewhat unofficial PDC Women's World title?
$80. Fallon, you require
This will be
100.
backbreaking to Davies' chances of winning this game. That doesn't help. A somewhat ironic smile tells you the story.
64. David, you require 40.
Must hit this to stay in this game.
No score.
Well, the weight of dart
Fallon, you
was the same
require
for all
36.
three, but it was a centimetre too high. 2 9s.
18. David, you
Let
require
Davies
40.
back in here, I feel.
Game shot on the
Yeah,
third
it's a
leg.
good shot.
David Davis.
It could be one of his worst doubling performances of the last couple of days, this.
Now, in answer to your question
Fourth leg,
about
it's
the
Fallon to
ladies
throw
match play
first.
and
Game on.
do the ladies see it as a unofficial world championship type thing? I'd say I'm not sure whether the ladies see it
98.
as that. But I would go as far as to say as I think the public probably do. Particularly now that Bo Greaves is partaking in
177.
ladies series in the PDC, because it does really mean that no top lady is now left out of the equation.
90.
So I would say this year of all years, the public are seeing it that way.
If you look at the split of nations represented as well in this year's Women's World Match Play, it tells a
58.
very global story. There are 2 English ladies in that field. There are 2 Dutch ladies in that field.
41.
A Welsh lady, an Irish lady, a Japanese lady. That's a sign that ladies darts is more international than ever. That's a great sign.
Agreed.
99.
And they've all qualified through the same manner as well, from the same tournaments. So that's the big difference for me. It's fine
140.
taking ladies from around the world
David,
and
you
putting them
require
in a
167.
world championships, but they've only been beating ladies from their area to get there. With this, you are playing the very best ladies in the room, in the world,
40.
to qualify.
Fallon, you require
So I can
132.
understand, and that justifies the fact that the public see it as that.
Couldn't agree more. Eloquently put. And that's what makes
44.
the PDC Women's Series
David, you
so
require
fair and rewarding.
127.
Charlie has told you what you need. It's up to you to go and get it. Bullseye.
82.
Just a little bit over the bar.
Fallon, you require
It was
88.
a tentative go at the treble 17, in my opinion. A safe go to get himself a dart at the ball.
41.
Line was good. Just
David, you require
decides
45.
to give up a little bit in the air. Giving double D. Double 16.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
This one's
David
2-2, and it
Davis.
could look very, very different. In fact, their doubles are identical at this point. 2 hits from 7. One of them is happy. The other
Fifth
one is
leg, it's
not.
David to throw first. Game on.
Leg difference might just come into this in around 24 hours.
100.
As it stands, Fallon Sherrock is top of the table because her leg difference is 1 leg better
60.
than that of Lucas Wenig. Then another leg back is Andy Jenkins. Then another leg back is David Davies. It's the only thing
100.
separating these 4 players. It's 1 leg apiece. It couldn't really be tighter.
56.
Well, I know the climax to Group B is going to be exciting.
I'm going to have to dust off the abacus.
99.
And if you've forgotten your abacus, you're going to have to take your shoes and socks off so you've got enough digits to count. I think it's
60.
going to be that tight.
I just wonder how these players would feel with 4 points. Considering the level that
60.
they've attained tonight, I think 4 points equals disappointment. 6 points, they'll be pleased.
140. David, you require 142.
But then again, I did see earlier on, didn't I, that Sherrock was quite fortunate to walk away with the points against Andy Jenkins.
42.
So maybe she'd be more satisfied with 4 points than, say, David Davies would.
$41. David, you require 100.
Okay, 95 left with 2. Just a couple of routes left. Decided to go the traditional route. Didn't think about the
25. Fallon, you
fiddly
require
45 and bull route.
144.
Another one there. For 2 more.
Game shot on
Wow.
the fifth leg. Fallon Sherrock.
David Davies has just been hitting the ribs with a bat. 144, all the 18s. And
Six
Sherrock
legs.
has just
Fallon's to
broken the
throw
throw
first.
as well.
Game on.
He earlier on hit us with a massive shot and made us all look
55.
silly. Sherrock has just made herself look like a genius.
She has indeed, but more importantly, You have to put herself into a
100.
position to have a chance of being the overnight leader.
180.
2 180s in the game. Davies has not got any yet.
100.
If you ever get the chance, watch Sherrock behind her opponent. That expression is ice-like.
60.
Needs a treble.
61.
Not that one. It means that Sherrock has got 2 visits for 206 to walk away with 6 points for the night.
174.
The 144 and that last leg was sublime. This last 12 darts since that
85.
144
Fallon,
have
you
been
require
equally
32.
sublime.
How good is she on double 16 this time? That one's a little closer, but awkward.
No score. Davies, you
3
require
mismatched darts.
155.
Not this time, David. And Sherrock comes back for the double that cost her the match in the previous
26.
visit.
Fallon, you require
waves the white
32.
flag. Sherrock isn't there yet. This is awkward.
16. David, you require
Maybe it wasn't the white flag.
129.
But she will get a look at double 8. Sometimes when you think the battle is over, you can be wrong. If only you'd got a little bit closer with that approach shot.
41. Fallon, you require 16.
Fortunately, that does not hit the double 16. Match start 9.
8.
I didn't foresee
David,
this,
you require 88.
considering how well she's been hitting the doubles tonight.
The word most unusual springs to mind.
Game
What
shot
have
the
we
Super.
just seen?
David Davies.
The climax of the game will be in leg 7. But how much can Fallon Sherrock rebound after
So the
that?
final leg. It's David to throw first.
3 clean visits.
Game on.
And every single one comes up short.
12 darts, she was down to a double. Through 21 in the end.
81.
Is that a turning point?
Yeah, the mere thought of being broken in 20 darts after that start in the previous leg.
100.
But that ability to just forget what happens.
I
It
like
is
the way
mythical with this lady.
I like the way she had that chuckle on the way to the board to go, oh, as if, you know, how's that happened
40.
She has genuinely got elite mental
58.
skills.
She has indeed.
Can he get his way in front?
140.
He can. That's a great 140 from David. He's got no maximums in this game. Sherrock has got 3. ... Make that 4.
180.
Absolutely extraordinary. She's not over the line yet. But if she goes and hits 83 in 2 darts, you tell me
60.
that she's not an elite talent.
Fallon, you require 83.
Whether she is it or not, she's an elite talent in my book.
She favours double 18. And that's the double that
shot,
give her the
and
win.
match.
A 12 dart
Fallon.
break of throw in the last leg after missing 9 match darts. Talk about resilience. A brilliant, brilliant last leg. And that 144, do not forget about how much that changed the game at the time. Sherrock finishes on 6 points for the night with a very healthy leg difference as well. With only 1 match remaining, she might be the top of the tree by the end of the night. When we come back, it's the last game between Wenig and Jenkins.
Time then for our last match of the night, and it sees Andy Jenkins take on Lucas Wenig, the man who put in the performance of the week last time out against Pete Burgoyne. A superb display rounded off with back-to-back 117 checkouts. Jenks also took out 2 ton-plus finishes as he got the better of Davies last time out. So to see which of these two end the night on 6 points, let's get back to the commentary team.
First leg, it's Lucas to throw first. Game on.
It really has been a very exciting evening with some tremendous standards of play. And I say standards plural because multiple players really have come
81.
and stood on the plate and whacked it out of the park. That does include Andy Jenkins, who has been scrapping all night long.
99.
But he has been finding some really good doubling as well. That 4-2 win against Davies in Game 7. It was 80% on the outer
100.
ring for Andy and keeps him within a shout of being in the top 3 come the end of Friday, regardless of what happens in this one here.
58.
The winner of the game, they will be on 6 points with Fallon Sherrock. But how close will they be to her leg difference as well? It could well be Sherrock in the number 1 position overnight, Scott.
80.
Yeah, very much so. Her leg difference is tidy.
81.
And I think to come in and win 3 out of 4 would be something she would have been happy with before play started today, this evening.
Just how key was it that she got over the line against Jenkins in Game 1? Because she could have easily lost that match.
It's looking that way, and she'd have been back down there and possibly a battle for the third place spot to go through. It may afford her a little bit of leeway come later stages or latter stages tomorrow night.
Well, this will be the first game on Friday evening. It'll be fascinating to see the scenario when we get there. Wenig, not his only 174 this evening.
140. Lucas, you require 40.
He may well be the strongest horse of the lot, considering what we're seeing here late on Thursday night and Friday morning.
$20.
An early chance for Jenkins,
and he requires
who prefers
64.
double 16 over tops, usually.
$32.
Not on this occasion.
Lucas, you require 20. Game shot on the
A lot of
first leg.
fingertip on that grip,
Lucas
isn't it?
Wenig.
The thumb, the forefinger, the middle finger, and the third finger, all
Second
firmly
leg, it's
planted on
Andy
that
to
barrel.
throw first.
And it doesn't look like a very light grip either. It looks like he's got quite a bit of pressure on that.
95.
It's kind of a front-loaded throw, isn't it? Because the barrel is so short. It's kind of like a slightly extended Andy Fordham style barrel, isn't it?
180.
Pretty effective. First 180 goes to the German.
45.
We don't have to like it, mate. As long as the thrower likes it, it does not matter one iota what we think, but it does work for Wenig's setup.
67.
That dart is very vertical when it goes back to the address point. It's not a classic action by any means.
84.
In direct contradiction to the man that you just seen throw 3 darts, which is the epitome of the classic style. It's almost as if Wenig is pushing the dart as opposed to throwing it.
58.
Yeah, very much so. And it's a style that a lot of people actually do undertake. Because to push a dart with the same force is much easier than to try and
100.
throw a dart with the same force.
We're looking at a guy who probably uses 60-kilogram dumbbells for curls.
I'm surprised he hasn't got to have 36-gram darts so he can
60.
feel them. You know, Ryan Searle-esque.
Well, over the weekend, we found out that Ryan Searle is actually using prototype darts at the minute, which are 34 grams.
101.
So he's gone up 2 grams.
Lucas, you require
Just when you figure out that
136.
32-gram darts are not heavy enough, give me a bit more.
And that has to be to do about the feel of the throw, surely.
96. And he
He
requires
feels the weight
76.
of the dart, similar to the Landman throw, I believe. He's an out-and-out sort of weight thrower.
46.
that's a pull. The weight of the dart was good, but
Lucas, you require
that one
40.
obviously had a bit of shoulder in it.
Game shot on
And
the
that one
second
had a bit of
leg.
accuracy.
Lucas Wenig.
Even when he's not playing his best stuff, he's finding
Third
good
leg, it's Lucas
spots.
to throw first. Game on.
The last thing Jenkins needs here is a drubbing. Because as it stands, he sits in 3rd position. If he gets a drubbing at the hands of Wenig, he could drop to 4th.
60.
And don't forget that he plays Wenig in the first game tomorrow night as well. If Lucas wants to be top of the table on
49.
points and leg difference at the expense of Sherrock, he must win by 4 legs to 1 or better.
And then not forgetting he has a chance, first game tomorrow, to then add
100.
scoreboard pressure via the table.
That's just even worse news for Burgoyne.
140.
Because by the time he plays in game 3, you could have Sherrock on 8 points. You could have Wenig on 8 points. And they're out of sight. But in a funny sort of way,
100.
that's almost what Burgoyne wants. Because if two people are out of sight, and then there's a bit of
44.
a fist fight for that third spot, if Jenkins and Davies could be pegged back a little bit, maybe they could be caught, and the other two, he's not worried about them.
That could be a right little
57.
melee there for the third spot. That's for sure.
Jenkins would rather be in a 6-point party.
95.
If you offered to Andy right now that over the 2 games with Lucas, that he'd win one of them, he would have your hand off.
58.
Agreed.
8 points, more than likely there. 10 points, you're through. That's pretty much the rule
83.
for Group B.
Lucas should require 126.
You can get 3 wins from 4 on Friday, and then 2 wins on Friday is all you need. Yes, please.
54. And you require 90.
At the very worst, he must keep this tight. Bullseye.
Game
Oh,
shot
that's
on
a
the third
beauty.
lay. Andy Jenkins.
There's nothing better in this sport than a bullseye that is landlocked like that. It's nowhere
Fourth
near
leg,
the
it's Andy to
coast.
throw first. Game
And you
on.
get that lovely popping sound.
You do indeed. Not only that, it's a breaker throw.
100.
You subscribe to the fact that hitting the bullseye in the middle does make a different sound. Especially
Yeah.
when you've got a microphone behind the board.
Absolutely.
85.
Absolutely. It feels different in your head as well when you know you've hit it smack bang centre.
There's not many better feelings than that.
64.
Especially on a key shot like that to keep yourself in a match. Wenig is not playing at the same level that he did in his previous game. And you just wonder if Andy can expose that a
134.
little bit. He was first in the building tonight.
81.
He's put in the long shift. Don't forget that Wenig started in game 3. He could turn up a little bit later. Is there a danger that the man who's over 50
99.
could be slightly more tired than the person who is, sorry Andy, nearly half his age?
96.
Yeah, I'll let you tell him that.
That's why I said it quietly.
You'll find out.
Oh, that I have absolutely no doubt about. That's why I'm going to turn up on Friday with body armor.
60. And you require
You won't know.
160.
Has he got his own big hit in his locker? Double top.
$120. Lucas should require
That would have been a big hit like another
123.
AJ.
Indeed, it would. Well, Wenig is now chasing a treble 18 to get himself a dart at the ball. Not to be this
91.
time, but
And
leaves
you
it very
require
tidy.
40. Game shot.
doesn't
the
mess
fourth
around.
lay. Andy
This has been a
Jenkins.
really tidy display tonight after a sketchy start. When you consider
Fifth
that he
leg, it's
came
Lucas
through
to
that
throw
7-leg
first.
battle with Pete
Game on.
Burgoyne in game 4, he's been scrapping fabulously since then. He was in real trouble in this game. And
58.
some tidy outs have given him a real chance of winning it.
He does look up for it. Tonight, there's no-
140.
Two ways about it. I like his changing hair. He came out tonight at the start of this game with flat hair. And he then has been doing a bit of head scratching in those first
171.
couple of legs. And now his hair looks like, well, I don't know what it looks like really.
59.
Looks like the Doc from Back to the Future. think he's getting a bit sick of looking at
140.
Wenig hitting trebles.
Indeed he is.
$44. Lucas should require 132.
He's been made to work very, very hard for this position. Another bullseye. Would have left double 16, but in that spot, you'd take a
92.
leave of tops every single time.
Yeah, you would, and that's two tidy darts to an effective use of the bullseye. I like that sort of board management.
44. Lucas should require 40.
Scary thing is that Lucas's average is starting to climb again.
$20.
He didn't have to hit that. He just wanted to get rid of it, though. It's just become a little bit scratchy on the outer ring. 2 hits from 8. You'll not be pleased with that.
58.
Every now and again, when
Lucas
you
should
play
require 20.
in the nighttime session, or indeed during the day, you've got to win a bit in a messy fashion. He's had ups and downs on double 10 all night long.
No score. And you require
This
156.
would be unbelievable.
$60. Lucas should require
I wonder what's
20.
coming next. In the next chapter of Lucas Wenig and double 10.
Game shot.
3-2 lead, that's what.
Lucas Wenig.
And he remains favourite to win this one, which is the last game of Group B
Sixth leg, it's
on
Andy
day
to
4
throw
of week
first.
9.
He does indeed, but Jenkins is not one of those who goes away.
78.
But when you're 3-2 up and against the throw, it's a somewhat you can relax and throw
48.
with freedom because you know that you have the throw with the last leg and you back yourself every time, but
140.
you don't really want it to go to the last leg. You want to tidy it up before you put your own throw under pressure.
100. $100.
180 here from Wenig would make life very interesting.
99.
Not to be this time. Jenks will be looking to turn that corner.
130.
What a good use of the bullseye and the centre of the board that is from Andy Jenkins.
100. And you require 53.
So it's tops for Jenkins to go
Game shot on
3-3.
the sixth leg. Andy Jenkins.
And a very tidy 14 dart leg and hold of throw.
Seventh and final leg. It's Lucas to throw
From
first.
Jenks.
Game on.
I love that overshot camera angle on the distance.
60.
You can see what side of the oche and where exactly the players stand in conjunction with the board. Some stand smack bang in the centre. Some stand just to
137.
the right hand side. As we stand there, we see that Lucas Wenig stands just to the left, just off of centre.
57. $81.
Jenkins has effectively turned the throw, providing Wenig It's a ton or less.
100.
So Andy has turned the throw in the first 6 darts and will now be searching for trebles himself.
46.
A trebleless visit and a wayward dart at this time. It's not what Rocky was looking for.
$96.
Wenig has more or less turned the throw back round unless we get a 2 treble visit here from Jenkins. We heard before he'd been involved in 8
137
4-3 matches this week and come out on top of 7 of them. Wenig will be hoping and praying for a 180 here.
180. And you require 100. $29.
Scoreboard pressure.
Lucas, you require
I feel
8.
did for Andy Jenkins there. Wenig's doubling has been suspect. It's 3 from 14 at the minute. This is dart number 15.
Game, shots,
But
and the
it's
match.
4
Lucas
from 15. And it's a 4-3 win for Lucas Wenig. He goes level on points at the top of the table with Fallon Sherrock, but she has a better leg difference. 83 and 84 are the averages there between Lucas and Andy. Nothing between them. Let's head up to the balcony and Abby and Nico.
Well, there was a lot to enjoy about our final encounter of the night. Nothing more so, though, than Jenks's face every time Wenig hit a treble.
Yeah, just a bit. I think sometimes when Andy is really focused on a match, he doesn't tend to look at what's happening, but he can hear what's happening because of what the referee's saying. And the last thing he wanted to hear with that last scoring visit from Lucas was 180. It was a case of, will you just leave me alone? But unfortunately, Lucas just wouldn't leave him alone.
He certainly wouldn't. Let's have a look then. Confirmation of all of our results from this evening's session. It got off underway with a Fallon Sherrock victory, 4-3 over Andy Jenkins. That felt like a particularly big one, didn't it? Especially given how many darts were missed at a double. And then Fallon Sherrock coming through in another decider against Davies. That, another crucial victory.
Yeah, I mean, you look at some of the results tonight. I mean, Andy will probably think he could have walked away with 8 points. And there are so many different narratives. And I'm already looking forward to doing the Group B action for Friday night because I just think the return fixtures are going to give us even more. I just really have enjoyed tonight. I thought it's been a really good standard, really tight games, and it's given us the tight matches that we didn't have from Group C earlier.
Yeah, it really, really has delivered. Let's have a look then at the table at the halfway stage in Group B, and it's Fallon Sherrock who leads the way thanks to her legs difference over Lucas Wenig. But it is all still to play for. You feel, though, that Burgoyne has probably left himself too much to do going into the second night?
Yeah, maybe. I think he's going to have to hope he can win all 4 games, and then something strange is going to have to happen in this table. With 2 players already on 6, you fancy that Lucas and Fallon are probably going to get 1 win apiece each, if not 2 wins apiece, and then there's a scrap for the 3rd position. It's going to have to be a very unusual situation for Pete to get in from here.
Yeah, absolutely. He should feel quite hard done by, though, because he did put in a number of decent displays. Lucas Wenig, though, with the performance of the night, back-to-back 117 finishes. It really was spectacular, especially given what had come before.
Well, when you consider the fact he's going treble 19 first as well, which is frowned upon by a lot of British-based dart players. They think it's the wrong way to go. And just to put salt in the wound, Pete turns around, and he hits another one. He doesn't even have to look at the board to realise that, there you go, we'll find it the double 19 way as well. It's a somewhat showing off way of kind of doing it, but we don't mind that.
Yeah, he was 4 out of 7 as well on the outer ring in that match. Would you say, if you were to be critical of Lucas Wenig, it's the doubling that needs to improve tomorrow?
Maybe a little bit. I think there were times tonight where it looked pretty good, but if you think about some of the battles he was involved in, he was creating opportunities for other people. So just to get it done a bit easier, just tighten up on the outer ring.
And we've seen a number of really crucial big finishes this evening. Davies with the 1-6-4, the 1-1-3 from Jenkins, but Fallon Sherrock's 1-4-4 in her last match. It really was spectacular, wasn't it?
It really was. She loves the 18s. There are certain players out there like Rob Cross who adore this route. We know that Owen Bates did this a couple of weeks ago, and that was a key finish. But that, considering the spot of the game, to give her the 3-2 lead, it proved to be vital because she needed the extra leg eventually just to get over the line.
Yeah, she did follow it up. She got over the line with a 12-dart break of throw. And I think that really shows that she is back to her best, because previously this year, when she has been pushed, when she has been tested and her back has been against the wall, she's not always had the answers. She seems to again now, though.
Yeah, that's true. I think we could be talking about this 24 hours from now, thinking what was the key exchange for Fallon. 9 darts missed at a double to win the match 4-2, and then what does she do in response? That response tells us everything.
And just finally, your 3 players to make it through from Group B.
Sherrock, Wenig, and I think Jenkins is going to do it. I really do think it's going to be a Portsmouth-style Saturday night.
Excellent stuff. Right then, we do, of course, have Group C to complete first. That gets underway from 1 p.m. tomorrow. Make sure you come and join us. It promises to be a cracker.